Chapter 43 of the Tragic Muse. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Tragic Muse by Henry James. Chapter 43. "Come on boldly, my dear," said Nick. "Peter's bored to death waiting for you." "Ah, he's come to say he won't dine with us to night." Biddy stood with her hand on the latch. "I leave town to morrow. I've everything to do. I'm broken hearted. It's impossible." Peter made of it again such a case as he could. "Please make my peace with your mother. I'm ashamed of not having written to her last night." She closed the door and came in while her brother said to her, "How in the world did you guess it?" "I saw it in the Morning Post." And she kept her eyes on their kinsman. "In the Morning Post?" he vaguely echoed. "I saw there's to be a first night at that theatre, the one you took us to. So I said, 'Oh, he'll go there.'" "Yes, I've got to do that too," Peter admitted. "She's going to sit to me again this morning, his wonderful actress. She has made an appointment. So you see I'm getting on," Nick pursued to his sister. "Oh, I'm so glad. She's so splendid." The girl looked away from her cousin now, but not, though it seemed to fill the place, at the triumphant portrait of Miriam Rooth. "I'm delighted you've come in. I have waited for you," Peter hastened to declare to her, though conscious that this was in the conditions meagre. "Aren't you coming to see us again?" "I'm in despair, but I shall really not have time. Therefore it's a blessing not to have missed you here." "I'm very glad," said Biddy. Then she added, "And you are going to America to stay a long time?" "Till I'm sent to some better place." "And will that better place be as far away?" "Oh, Biddy, it wouldn't be better then," said Peter. "Do you mean they'll give you something to do at home?" "Hardly that. But I've a tremendous lot to do at home to day." For the 20th time Peter referred to his watch. She turned to her brother, who had admonished her that she might bid him good morning. She kissed him and he asked what the news would be in Calcutta Gardens, to which she made answer, "The only news is of course the great preparations they're making, poor dears, for Peter. Mamma thinks you must have had such a nasty dinner the other day," the girl continued to the guests of that romantic occasion. "Faithless Peter," said Nick, beginning to whistle and to arrange a canvas in anticipation of Miriam's arrival. "Dear Biddy, thank your star you're not in my horrid profession," protested the personage so designated. "One's bowled about like a cricket ball, unable to answer for one's freedom or one's comfort from one moment to another." "Oh, ours is the true profession, Biddy's and mine," Nick broke out, setting up his canvas. "The career of liberty and peace, of charming long mornings spent in a still north light and in the contemplation, I may even say in the company of the amiable and the beautiful." "That certainly is the case when Biddy comes to see you," Peter returned. Biddy smiled at him. "I come every day. Anch'io son pittore." "I encourage Nick awfully." "It's a pity I'm not a martyr. She'd bravely perish with me," Nick said. You're a martyr. When people say such odious things," the girl cried, "they do say them. I've heard many more than I've repeated to you." "It's you yourself then, indignant and loyal, who are the martyr," observed Peter, who wanted greatly to be kind to her. "Oh, I don't care." But she threw herself, flushed and charming, into a straight appeal to him. "Don't you think one can do as much good by painting great works of art as by what papa used to do? Don't you think art's necessary to the happiness, to the greatness of a people?" Don't you think it's manly and honourable? Do you think a passion for it's a thing to be ashamed of? Don't you think the artist, the conscientious, the serious one, is as distinguished a member of society as any one else?" Peter and Nick looked at each other and laughed at the way she had got up her subject, and Nick asked their kinsman if she didn't express it all in perfection. "I delight in general in artists, but I delight still more in their defenders," Peter made reply, perhaps a little meagrely, to Biddy. "Ah, don't attack me if you're wise," Nick said. "One's tempted to when it makes Biddy so fine." "Well, that's the way she encourages me. It's meat and drink to me," Nick went on. "At the same time I'm bound to say there's a little whistling in the dark in it." "In the dark?" his sister demanded. "The obscurity, my dear child, of your own aspirations, your mysterious ambitions and aesthetic views. Aren't there some heavy shadows there?" "Why, I never cared for politics." "No, but you cared for life, you cared for society, and you've chosen the path of solitude and concentration." "You horrid boy!" said Biddy. "Give it up, that arduous steep. Give it up and come out with me," Peter interposed. "Come out with you?" "Let us walk a little, or even drive a little. Let us at any rate talk a little." "I thought you had so much to do," Biddy candidly objected. "So I have, but why shouldn't you do a part of it with me?" "Would there be any harm? I'm going to some tiresome shops." "You'll cheer the frugal hour." The girl hesitated, then turned to Nick. "Would there be any harm?" "Oh, it's none of his business," Peter protested. "He had better take you home to your mother." "I'm going home. I shan't stay here to day," Biddy went on. Then to Peter: "I came in a hansom, but I shall walk back. Come that way with me." "With pleasure. But I shall not be able to go in," Peter added. "Oh, that's no matter," said the girl. "Good bye, Nick." "You understand then that we dine together at 7 sharp. Wouldn't a club, as I say, be best?" Peter, before going, inquired of Nick. He suggested further which club it should be, and his words led Biddy, who had directed her steps toward the door, to turn a moment as with a reproachful question whether it was for this Peter had given up Calcutta Gardens. But her impulse, if impulse it was, had no sequel save so far as it was a sequel that Peter freely explained to her, after Nick had assented to his conditions, that her brother, too, had a desire to go to Miss Rooth's first night and had already promised to accompany him. "Oh, that's perfect. It will be so good for him, won't it, if he's going to paint her again?" Biddy responded. "I think there's nothing so good for him as that he happens to have such a sister as you," Peter declared as they went out. He heard at the same time the sound of a carriage stopping, and before Biddy, who was in front of him, opened the door of the house, had been able to say to himself, "What a bore! There's Miriam!" The opened door showed him that truth. This young lady in the act of alighting from the brougham provided by Basil Dashwood's thrifty zeal. Her mother followed her, and both the new visitors exclaimed and rejoiced, in their demonstrative way, as their eyes fell on their valued friend. The door had closed behind Peter, but he instantly and violently rang, so that they should be admitted with as little delay as possible, while he stood disconcerted, and fearing he showed it, by the prompt occurrence of an encounter he had particularly sought to avert. It ministered, moreover, a little to this sensibility that Miriam appeared to have come somewhat before her time. The incident promised, however, to pass off in a fine florid way. Before he knew it, both the ladies had taken possession of Biddy, who looked at them with comparative coldness, tempered indeed by a faint glow of apprehension, and Miriam had broken out. "We know you, we know you. We saw you in Paris. And you came to my theatre a short time ago with Mr. Sherringham. We know your mother, Lady Agnes Dormer." "I hope her ladyship's very well," said Mrs. Rooth, who had never struck Peter as a more objectionable old woman. "You offered to do a head of me or something or other. Didn't you tell me you work in clay? I daresay you've forgotten all about it. But I should be delighted," Miriam pursued with the richest urbanity. Peter was not concerned with her mother's pervasiveness, though he didn't like Biddy to see even that. But he hoped his companion would take the overcharged benevolence of the young actress in the spirit in which, rather to his surprise, it evidently was offered. "I've said to your clever brother many times," said Miriam. "I'm going to sit again. I daresay you've seen what we've done. He's too delightful. Si vous avez comme cela me reposer," she added, turning for a moment to Peter. Then she continued, smiling at Biddy, "Only he oughtn't to have thrown up such prospects, you know. I've an idea I wasn't nice to you that day in Paris. I was nervous and scared and perverse. I remember perfectly. I was odious. But I'm better now. You'd see if you were to know me. I'm not a bad sort. Really I'm not. But you must have your own friends. Happy they! You look so charming. Immensely like Mr. Dormer, especially about the eyes. Isn't she, mamma? She comes of a beautiful Norman race, the finest, purest strain," the old woman simpered. "Mr. Dormer's sometimes so good as to come and see us. We're always at home on Sunday, and if some day you found courage to come with him you might perhaps find it pleasant, though very different of course from the circle in which you habitually move." Biddy murmured a vague recognition of these wonderful civilities, and Miriam commented, "Different, yes, but we're all right, you know. Do come," she added. Then turning to Sherringham, "Remember what I told you. I don't expect you to night." "Oh, I understand. I shall come." And Peter knew he grew red. "It will be idiotic. Keep him away. Don't let him," Miriam insisted to Biddy; with which, as Nick's portals now were gaping, she drew her mother away. Peter at this walked off briskly with Biddy, dropping as he did so, "She's too fantastic." "Yes, but so tremendously good-looking. I shall ask Nick to take me there," the girl said after a moment. "Well, she'll do you no harm. They're all right, as she says. It's the world of art. You were standing up so for art just now." "Oh, I wasn't thinking so much of that kind," she demurred. "There's only one kind. It's all the same thing. If one sort's good the other is." Biddy walked along a moment. "Is she serious? Is she conscientious?" "She has the makings of a great artist," Peter opined. "I'm glad to hear you think a woman can be one. In that line there has never been any doubt about it." "And only in that line?" "I mean on the stage in general, dramatic or lyric. It's as the actress that the woman produces the most complete and satisfactory artistic results." "And only as the actress?" He weighed it. "Yes, there's another art in which she's not bad." "Which one do you mean?" asked Biddy. "That of being charming and good, that of being indispensable to men." "Oh, that isn't an art." "Then you leave her only the stage." "Take it if you like, in the widest sense." Biddy appeared to reflect a moment, as to judge what sense this might be. But she found none that was wide enough, for she cried the next minute. Do you mean to say there's nothing for a woman but to be an actress?" "Never in my life. I only said that that's the best thing for a woman to be who finds herself irresistibly carried into the practice of the arts. For there her capacity for them has most application, and her incapacity for them least. But at the same time I strongly recommend her not to be an artist, if she can possibly help it. It's a devil of a life." "Oh, I know. Men want women not to be anything. It's a poor little refuge they try to take from the overwhelming consciousness that you are, in very fact, everything." "Everything?" And the girl gave a toss. "That's the kind of thing you say to keep us quiet." "Dear Biddy, you see how well we succeed," laughed Peter. To which she replied by asking irrelevantly: "Why is it so necessary for you to go to the theatre to night, if Miss Rooth doesn't want you to?" "My dear child, she does want me to. But that has nothing to do with it." "Why then did she say that she doesn't?" "Oh, because she meant just the contrary." "Is she so false then? Is she so vulgar?" "She speaks a special language. Practically it isn't false, because it renders her thought, and those who know her understand it." "But she doesn't use it only to those who know her," Biddy returned. "Since she asked me, who have so little the honour of her acquaintance, to keep you away to night." "How am I to know that she meant by that I'm to urge you on to go?" He was on the point of replying, "Because you've my word for it," but he shrank in fact from giving his word. He had some fine scruples, and sought to relieve his embarrassment by a general tribute. "Dear Biddy, you're delightfully acute. You're quite as clever as Miss Rooth." He felt, however, that this was scarcely adequate, and he continued: "The truth is that its being important for me to go is a matter quite independent of that young lady's wishing it or not wishing it. There happens to be a definite intrinsic propriety in it which determines the thing, and which it would take me long to explain." "I see. But fancy your explaining to me! You make me feel so indiscreet," the girl cried quickly, an exclamation which touched him because he was not aware that, quick as it had been, she had still had time to be struck first, though she wouldn't for the world have expressed it, with the oddity of such a duty at such a season. In fact that oddity, during a silence of some minutes, came back to Peter himself. The note had been forced. It sounded almost ignobly frivolous from a man on the eve of proceeding to a high diplomatic post. The effect of this, none the less, was not to make him break out with "Hang it, I will keep my engagement to your mother!" but to fill him with a wish to shorten his present strain by taking Biddy the rest of the way in a cab. He was uncomfortable, and there were hansoms about that he looked at wistfully. While he was so occupied his companion took up the talk by an abrupt appeal. "Why did she say that Nick oughtn't to have resigned his seat?" "Oh, I don't know. It struck her so. It doesn't matter much." But Biddy kept it up. "If she's an artist herself why doesn't she like people to go in for art? Especially when Nick has given his time to painting her so beautifully. Why does she come there so often if she disapproves of what he has done?" "Oh, Miriam's disapproval it doesn't count. It's a manner of speaking." "Of speaking untruths, do you mean? Does she think just the reverse? Is that the way she talks about everything?" "We always admire most what we can do least," Peter brought forth. "And Miriam of course isn't political. She ranks painters more or less with her own profession, about which already, new as she is to it, she has no illusions. They're all artists. It's the same general sort of thing. She prefers men of the world, men of action." "Is that the reason she likes you?" Biddy mildly marked. "Ah, she doesn't like me. Couldn't you see it?" The girl at first said nothing, then she asked: "Is that why she let you call her Miriam?" "Oh, I don't to her face." "Ah, only to mine," laughed Biddy. "One says that as one says Rachel of her great predecessor." "Except that she isn't so great quite yet, is she?" "Far from it. She's the freshest of novices. She has scarcely been 4 months on the stage. But no novice has ever been such an adept. She'll go very fast," Peter pursued, "and I dare say that before long she'll be magnificent." "What a pity you'll not see that!" Biddy sighed after a pause. "Not see it? If you're thousands of miles away." "It is a pity," Peter said. "And since you mentioned it I don't mind frankly telling you, throwing myself on your mercy, as it were, that that's why I make such a point of a rare occasion like to night. I've a weakness for the drama that, as you perhaps know, I've never concealed, and this impression will probably have to last me in some barren spot for many, many years." "I understand, I understand. I hope therefore it will be charming," and the girl walked faster. "Just as some other charming impressions would have to last," Peter added, conscious of keeping up with her by some effort. She seemed almost to be running away from him, an impression that led him to suggest, after they had proceeded a little further without more words, that if she were in a hurry they had perhaps better take a cab. Her face was strange and touching to him as she turned it to make answer. "Oh, I'm not in the least in a hurry, and I really think I had better walk." "We'll walk then by all means," Peter said with slightly exaggerated gaiety, in pursuance of which they went on 100 yards. Biddy kept the same pace, yet it was scarcely a surprise to him that she should suddenly stop with the exclamation: "After all, though I'm not in a hurry I'm tired. I had better have a cab. Please call that one," she added, looking about her. They were in a straight blank ugly street, where the small cheap grey-faced houses had no expression save that of a rueful unconsoled acknowledgment of the universal want of identity. They would have constituted a terrace if they could, but they had dolefully given it up. Even a hansom that loitered across the end of the vista turned a sceptical back upon it, so that Sherringham had to lift his voice in a loud appeal. He stood with Biddy watching the cab approach them. "This is one of the charming things you'll remember," she said, turning her eyes to the general dreariness from the particular figure of the vehicle, which was antiquated and clumsy. Before he could reply she had lightly stepped into the cab, but as he answered, "Most assuredly it is," and prepared to follow her, she quickly closed the apron. "I must go alone. You've lots of things to do. It's all right." And through the aperture in the roof she gave the driver her address. She had spoken with decision, and Peter fully felt now that she wished to get away from him. Her eyes betrayed it, as well as her voice, in a look, a strange wandering ray that as he stood there with his hand on the cab he had time to take from her. "Good bye, Peter," she smiled, and as the thing began to rumble away he uttered the same turbid ridiculous farewell. Chapter 43.
Chapter 44 of the Tragic Muse. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Tragic Muse by Henry James, Chapter 44. At the entrance of Miriam and her mother, Nick in the studio had stopped whistling, but he was still gay enough to receive them with every appearance of warmth. He thought it a poor place, ungarnished, untapestried, a bare, almost grim workshop with all its revelations and honours still to come. But his visitors smiled on it a good deal in the same way in which they had smiled on Bridget Dormer when they met her at the door. Mrs. Rooth, because vague, prudent approbation was the habit of her foolish face, it was ever the least danger, and Miriam, because, as seen, she was genuinely glad to find herself within the walls of which she spoke now as her asylum. She broke out in this strain to her host almost as soon as she had crossed the threshold, commending his circumstances, his conditions of work, as infinitely happier than her own. He was quiet, independent, absolute, free to do what he liked as he liked it, shut up in his little temple with his altar and his divinity, not hustled about in a mob of people, having to posture and grin to pit and gallery, to square himself at every step with insufferable conventions and with the ignorance and vanity of others. He was blissfully alone. "Mercy, how you do abuse your fine profession. I'm sure I never urged you to adopt it," Mrs. Rooth cried, in real bewilderment, to her daughter. "She was abusing mine still more the other day," joked Nick, "telling me I ought to be ashamed of it and of myself." "Oh, I never know from one moment to the other. I live with my heart in my mouth," sighed the old woman. "Aren't you quiet about the great thing, about my personal behavior?" Miriam smiled. "My improprieties are all of the mind." "I don't know what you call your personal behavior," her mother objected. "You would very soon if it were not what it is. And I don't know why you should wish to have it thought you've a wicked mind," Mrs. Rooth agreeably grumbled. "Yes, but I don't see very well how I can make you understand that. At any rate," Miriam pursued with her grand eyes on Nick, "I retract what I said the other day about Mr. Dormer. I've no wish to quarrel with him on the way he has determined to dispose of his life, because after all it does suit me very well. It rests me, this little devoted corner. Oh, it rests me. It's out of the row and the dust. It's deliciously still, and they can't get at me. And when art's like this, à la bonne heure," and she looked round on such a presentment of art in a splendid way that produced amusement on the young man's part at its contrast with the humble fact. Miriam shone upon him as if she liked to be the cause of his mirth, and went on appealing to him. "You'll always let me come here for an hour, won't you, to take breath, to let the whirlwind pass? You needn't trouble yourself about me. I don't mean to impose on you in the least the necessity of painting me, though if that's a manner of helping you to get on, you may be sure it will always be open to you. Do what you like with me in that respect. Only let me sit here on a high stool, keeping well out of your way, and see what you happen to be doing. I'll tell you my own adventures when you want to hear them." "The fewer adventures you have to tell, the better, my dear," said Mrs. Rooth. "And if Mr. Dormer keeps you quiet, he'll add 10 years to my life." "It all makes an interesting comment on Mr. Dormer's own quietness, on his independence and sweet solitude," Nick observed. "Miss Rooth has to work with others, which is, after all, only what Mr. Dormer has to do when he works with Miss Rooth. What do you make of the inevitable sitter?" "Oh," answered Miriam, "you can say to the inevitable sitter, 'Hold your tongue, you brute.'" "Isn't it a good deal in that manner that I've heard you address your comrades at the theatre?" Mrs. Rooth inquired. "That's why my heart's in my mouth." "Yes, but they hit me back. They reply to me comme de raison, as I should never think of replying to Mr. Dormer. It's a great advantage to him that when he's peremptory with his model it only makes her better, adds to her expression of gloomy grandeur." "We did the gloomy grandeur in the other picture. Suppose, therefore, we try something different in this," Nick threw off. "It is serious, it is grand," murmured Mrs. Rooth, who had taken up a rapt attitude before the portrait of her daughter. "It makes one wonder what she's thinking of. Beautiful, commendable things, that's what it seems to say." "What can I be thinking of but the tremendous wisdom of my mother?" Miriam returned. I brought her this morning to see that thing. She had only seen it in its earliest stage, and not to presume to advise you about anything else you may be so good as to embark on. She wanted, or professed she wanted, terribly, to know what you had finally arrived at. She was too impatient to wait till you should send it home. Ah, send it home, send it home. Let us have it always with us, Mrs. Rooth engagingly said. It will keep us up and up on the heights, near the stars, be always for us a symbol and a reminder. You see, I was right, Miriam went on, for she appreciates thoroughly in her own way, and almost understands. But if she worries or distracts you, I'll send her directly home. I've kept the carriage there on purpose. I must add that I don't feel quite safe today in letting her out of my sight. She's liable to make dashes at the theatre and play unconscionable tricks there. I shall never again accuse mamma of a want of interest in my profession. Her interest today exceeds even my own. She's all over the place, and she has ideas. Ah, but ideas! She's capable of turning up at the theatre at 5 o'clock this afternoon to demand the repainting of the set in the third act. For myself, I've not a word more to say on the subject. I've accepted every danger. I've swallowed my fate. Everything's no doubt wrong, but nothing can possibly be right. Let us eat and drink, for tonight we die. If you say so, mamma shall go and sit in the carriage, and as there's no means of fastening the doors, is there, your servant shall keep guard over her. Just as you are now, be so good as to remain so, sitting just that way, leaning back, with a smile in your eyes and one hand on the sofa beside you and supporting you a little. I shall stick a flower into the other hand. Let it lie in your lap just as it is. Keep that thing on your head. It's admirably uncovered. Do you call such an unconsidered trifle a bonnet? And let your head fall back a little. There it is. It's found. This time I shall really do something, and it will be as different as you like from that other crazy job. Here we go. It was in these irrelevant but earnest words that Nick responded to his sitter's uttered vagaries, of which her charming tone and countenance diminished the superficial acerbity. He held up his hands a moment to fix her in her limits, and in a few minutes had a happy sense of having begun to work. The smile in her eyes, don't forget the smile in her eyes, Mrs. Rooth softly chanted, turning away and creeping about the room. That will make it so different from the other picture and show the two sides of her genius, the wonderful range between them. They'll be splendid mates, and though I dare say I shall strike you as greedy, you must let me hope you'll send this one home too. She explored the place discreetly and on tiptoe, talking twaddle as she went, and bending her head and her eyeglass over various objects with an air of imperfect comprehension that didn't prevent Nick's private recall of the story of her underhand commercial habits told by Gabriel Nash at the exhibition in Paris the first time her name had fallen on his ear. A queer old woman from whom, if you approached her in the right way, you could buy old pots. It was in this character that she had originally been introduced to him. He had lost sight of it afterwards, but it revived again as his observant eyes, at the same time that they followed his active hand, became aware of her instinctive, appraising gestures. There was a moment when he frankly laughed out. There was so little in his poor studio to appraise. Mrs. Rooth's wandering eyeglass and vague, polite, disappointed bent back and head made a subject for a sketch on the instant. They gave such a sudden pictorial glimpse of the element of race. He found himself seeing the immemorial Jewess in her hold up a candle in a crammed back shop. There was no candle indeed, and his studio was not crammed, and it had never occurred to him before that she was a granddaughter of Israel, save on the general theory so stoutly held by several clever people that few of us are not under suspicion. The late Rudolf Roth had at least been, and his daughter was visibly her father's child, so that, flanked by such a pair, good Semitic presumptions sufficiently crowned the mother. Receiving Miriam's sharp satiric shower without shaking her shoulders, she might at any rate have been the descendant of a tribe long persecuted. Her blandness was beyond all baiting. She professed she could be as still as a mouse. Miriam, on the other side of the room, in the tranquil beauty of her attitude, found, indeed, as Nick had said, watched her a little, and then declared she had best have been locked up at home. Putting aside her free account of the dangers to which her mother exposed her, it wasn't whimsical to imagine that within the limits of that repose from which the Neville Nugents never wholly departed, the elder lady might indeed be a trifle fidgety and have something on her mind. Nick presently mentioned that it wouldn't be possible for him to send home his second performance, and he added, in the exuberance of having already got a little into relation with his work, that perhaps this didn't matter, inasmuch as, if Miriam would give him his time, to say nothing of her own, a third and a fourth masterpiece might also some day very well struggle into the light. His model rose to this without conditions, assuring him he might count upon her till she grew too old and too ugly, and that nothing would make her so happy as that he should paint her as often as Romney had painted the celebrated Lady Hamilton. "Ah, Lady Hamilton," deprecated Mrs. Rooth, while Miriam, who had on occasion the candour of a fine acquisitiveness, wished to know what particular reason there might be for his not letting them have the picture he was now beginning. "Why, I've promised it to Peter Sherringham. He has offered me money for it," Nick replied. "However, he's welcome to it for nothing, poor chap, and I shall be delighted to do the best I can for him." Mrs. Rooth, still prowling, stopped in the middle of the room at this, while her daughter echoed, "He offered you money just as we came in?" "You met him then at the door with my sister. I suppose you had. He's taking her home," Nick explained. "Your sister's a lovely girl, such an aristocratic type," breathed Mrs. Rooth. Then she added, "I've a tremendous confession to make to you." "Mamma's confessions have to be tremendous to correspond with her crimes," said Miriam. "She asked Miss Dormer to come and see us, suggested even that you might bring her some Sunday. I don't like the way mamma does such things, too much humility, too much simagrée, after all. But I also said what I could to be nice to her. Your sister is charming, awfully pretty and modest. If you were to press me, I should tell you frankly that it seems to me rather a social muddle, this rubbing shoulders of nice girls and filles de théâtre. I shouldn't think it would do your poor young things much good. However, it's their own affair, and no doubt there's no more need of their thinking we're worse than we are than of their thinking we're better. The people they live with don't seem to know the difference. I sometimes make my reflections about the public one works for." "Ah, if you go in for the public's knowing differences, you're far too particular," Nick laughed. "D'où tombez-vous, as you affected French people say. If you've anything at stake on that, you had simply better not play." "Dear Mr. Dormer, don't encourage her to be so dreadful, for it is dreadful the way she talks," Mrs. Rooth broke in. "One would think we weren't respectable. One would think I had never known what I've known and been what I've been." "What one would think, beloved mother, is that you're a still greater humbug than you are. It's you, on the contrary, who go down on your knees, who pour forth apologies about our being vagabonds." "Vagabonds! Listen to her, after the education I've given her and our magnificent prospects," wailed Mrs. Rooth, sinking with clasped hands upon the nearest ottoman. "Not after our prospects, if prospects they be, a good deal before them. Yes, you've taught me tongues, and I'm greatly obliged to you. They no doubt give variety as well as incoherency to my conversation, and that of people in our line is for the most part notoriously monotonous and shoppy. The gift of tongues is in general the sign of your true adventurer. Dear mamma, I've no low standard, that's the last thing," Miriam went on. "My weakness is my exalted conception of respectability. Ah, parlez-moi de ça, and of the way I understand it. If I were to go in for being respectable, you'd see something fine. I'm awfully conservative, and I know what respectability is, even when I meet people of society on the accidental middle ground of either glowering or smirking. I know also what it isn't. It isn't the sweet union of well-bred little girls, carefully nurtured, don't they call them, and painted she-mummers. I should carry it much further than any of these people. I should never look at the likes of us. Every hour I live I see that the wisdom of the ages was in the experience of dear old Madame Carré, was in 100 things she told me. She found it on a rock. After that, Miriam went on to her host, I can assure you that if you were so good as to bring Miss Dormer to see us, we should be angelically careful of her and surround her with every attention and precaution. The likes of us, the likes of us, Mrs. Rooth repeated plaintively and with a resentment as vain as a failure to sneeze. I don't know what you're talking about, and I decline to be turned upside down. I've my ideas as well as you, and I repudiate the charge of false humility. I've been through too many troubles to be proud, and a pleasant, polite manner was the rule of my life, even in the days when God knows I had everything. I've never changed, and if, with God's help, I had a civil tongue then, I've a civil tongue now. It's more than you always have, my poor, perverse, passionate child. Once a lady, always a lady. All the footlights in the world, turn them up as high as you will, make no difference there. And I think people know it, people who know anything, if I may use such an expression, and it's because they know it that I'm not afraid to address them in a pleasant way. So I must say, and I call Mr. Dormer to witness, for if he could reason with you a bit about it, he might render several people a service. Your conduct of Mr. Sherringham simply breaks my heart, Mrs. Rooth concluded, taking a jump of several steps in the fine, modern avenue of her argument. Nick was appealed to, but he hung back, drawing with a free hand, and while he forbore, Miriam took it up. Mother's good, mother's very good, but it's only little by little that you discover how good she is. This seemed to leave him at ease to ask their companion, with the preliminary intimation that what she had just said was very striking, what she meant by her daughter's conduct to old Peter. Before Mrs. Rooth could answer this question, however, Miriam broke across with one of her own. Do you mind telling me if you made your sister go off with Mr. Sherringham because you knew it was about time for me to turn up? Poor Mr. Dormer, I get you into trouble, don't I? She added quite with tenderness. Into trouble? Echoed Nick, looking at her head but not at her eyes. Well, we won't talk about that, she returned with a rich laugh. He now hastened to say that he had nothing to do with his sister's leaving the studio. She had only come, as it happened, for a moment. She had walked away with Peter Sherringham because they were cousins and old friends. He was to leave England immediately for a long time, and he had offered her his company going home. Mrs. Rooth shook her head very knowingly over the long time Mr. Sherringham would be absent. She plainly had her ideas about that, and she conscientiously related that in the course of the short conversation they had all had at the door of the house her daughter had reminded Miss Dormer of something that had passed between them in Paris on the question of the charming young lady's modelling her head. I did it to make the idea of our meeting less absurd, to put it on the footing of our both being artists. I don't ask you if she has talent, said Miriam. Then I needn't tell you, laughed Nick. I'm sure she has talent, and a very refined inspiration. I see something in that corner, covered with a mysterious veil, Mrs. Rooth insinuated, which led Miriam to go on immediately. Has she been trying her hand at Mr. Sherringham? When should she try her hand, poor dear young lady? He's always sitting with us, said Mrs. Rooth. Dear mamma, you exaggerate. He has his moments when he seems to say his prayers to me, but we've had some success in cutting them down. Il sait bien détacher ses jours-ci, and I'm very happy for him. Of course it's an impertinent allusion for me to make, but I should be so delighted if I could think of him as a little in love with Miss Dormer, the girl pursued, addressing Nick. He is, I think, just a little, just a tiny bit, her artist allowed, working away, while Mrs. Rooth ejaculated to her daughter simultaneously, How can you ask such fantastic questions when you know he's dying for you? Oh, dying! He's dying very hard, cried Miriam. Mr. Sherringham's a man of whom I can't speak with too much esteem and affection, and who may be destined to perish by some horrid fever, which God forbid, in the unpleasant country he's going to. But he won't have caught his fever from your humble servant. You may kill him even while you remain in perfect health yourself, said Nick, And since we're talking of the matter, I don't see the harm of my confessing that he strikes me as far gone, oh, as very bad indeed. And yet he's in love with your sister, je n'y suis plus. He tries to be, for he sees that as regards you there are difficulties. He'd like to put his hand on some nice girl who'd be an antidote to his poison. Difficulties are a mild name for them. Poison even is a mild name for the ill he suffers from. The principal difficulty is that he doesn't know what the devil he wants. The next is that I don't either, or what the devil I want myself. I only know what I don't want, Miriam kept on brightly, and as if uttering some happy, beneficent truth. I don't want a person who takes things even less simply than I do myself. Mr. Sherringham, poor man, must be very uncomfortable, for one side of him's in a perpetual row with the other side. He's trying to serve God and Mammon, and I don't know how God will come off. What I like in you is that you've definitely let Mammon go. It's the only decent way. That's my earnest conviction, and yet they call us people light. Dear Mr. Sherringham has tremendous ambitions, tremendous riguardi, as we used to say in Italy. He wants to enjoy every comfort and to save every appearance, and all without making a scrap of a sacrifice. He expects others, me, for instance, to make all the sacrifices. Merci, much as I esteem him and much as I owe him, I don't know how he ever came to stray at all into our bold, bad, downright Bohemia. It was a cruel trick for fortune to play him. He can't keep out of it. He's perpetually making dashes across the border, and yet as soon as he gets here he's on pins and needles. There's another in whose position, if I were in it, I wouldn't look at the likes of us. I don't know much about the matter, Nick brought out after some intense smudging, but I've an idea Peter thinks he has made, or at least is making, sacrifices. So much the better. You must encourage him. You must help him. I don't know what my daughter's talking about, Mrs. Rooth contributed. She's much too paradoxical for my plain mind. But there's one way to encourage Mr. Sherringham. There's one way to help him, and perhaps it won't be a worse way for a gentleman of your good nature that it will help me at the same time. Can't I look to you, dear Mr. Dormer, to see that he does come to the theatre tonight, that he doesn't feel himself obliged to stay away? What danger is there of his staying away? Nick asked. If he's bent on sacrifices, that's a very good one to begin with, Miriam observed. That's the mad, bad way she talks to him. She has forbidden the dear, unhappy gentleman the house, her mother cried. She brought it up to him just now at the door before Miss Dormer. Such very odd form. She pretends to impose her commands upon him. Oh, he'll be there. We're going to dine together, said Nick. And when Miriam asked him what that had to do with it, he went on, Why, we've arranged it. I'm going, and he won't let me go alone. You're going? I sent you no places, his sitter objected. Yes, but I've got one. Why didn't you after all I've done for you? She beautifully thought of it. Because I'm so good. No matter, she added. Mr. Sherringham comes, I won't act. Won't you act for me? She'll act like an angel, Mrs. Rooth protested. She might be anything in all the world, but she won't take common pains. Of one thing there's no doubt, said Miriam, that compared with the rest of us, poor passionless creatures, mamma does know what she wants. And what's that? Nick inquired, chalking on. She wants everything. Never, never. I'm much more humble, retorted the old woman, upon which her daughter requested her to give then to Mr. Dormer, who was a reasonable man and an excellent judge, a general idea of the scope of her desires. As, however, Mrs. Rooth, sighing and deprecating, was not quick to acquit herself, the girl tried a short cut to the truth with the abrupt demand, Do you believe for a single moment he'd marry me? Why, he has proposed to you. You've told me yourself 12 times. Proposed what to me? Miriam rang out. I've told you that. Neither 12 times nor once, because I've never understood. He has made wonderful speeches, but has never been serious. You told me he had been in the 7th heaven of devotion, especially that night we went to the foyer of the Français, Mrs. Rooth insisted. Do you call the 7th heaven of devotion serious? He's in love with me. Je le veux bien. He's so poisoned, Mr. Dormer vividly puts it, as to require a strong antidote. but he has never spoken to me as if he really expected me to listen to him. And he's the more of a gentleman from that fact. He knows we haven't a square foot of common ground, that a grasshopper can't set up a house with a fish. So he has taken care to say to me only more than he can possibly mean. That makes it stand just for nothing. Did he say more than he could possibly mean when he took formal leave of you yesterday? For ever and ever? The old woman cried. On which Nick reinforced her, and don't you call that his taking formal leave a sacrifice? Oh, he took it all back, his sacrifice, before he left the house. Then has that no meaning? Demanded Mrs. Rooth. None that I can make out, said her daughter. Ah, I've no patience with you. You can be stupid when you will. You can be even that too, the poor lady groaned. What mamma wishes me to understand and to practice is the particular way to be artful with Mr. Sherringham, said Miriam. There are doubtless depths of wisdom and virtue in it, but I see only one art, that of being perfectly honest. I like to hear you talk. It makes you live, brings you out, Nick contentedly dropped. And you sit beautifully still. All I want to say is please continue to do so. Remain exactly as you are. It's rather important for the next 10 minutes. We're washing our dirty linen before you, but it's all right, the girl returned, because it shows you what sort of people we are, and that's what you need to know. Don't make me vague and arranged and fine in this new view, she continued. Make me characteristic and real. Make life, with all its horrid facts and truths, stick out of me. I wish you could put mother in it too. Make us live there side by side and tell our little story. The wonderful actress and her still more wonderful mamma. Don't you think that's an awfully good subject? Mrs. Rooth at this cried shame on her daughter's wanton humour, professing that she herself would never accept so much from Nick's good nature, and Miriam settled it that at any rate he was some day and in some way to do her mother, really do her, and so make her, as one of the funniest persons that ever was, live on through the ages. She doesn't believe Mr. Sherringham wants to marry me any more than you do, the girl, taking up her dispute again after a moment, represented to Nick. But she believes, how indeed can I tell you what she believes, that I can work it so well, if you understand, that in the fullness of time I shall hold him in a vice. I'm to keep him along for the present, but not to listen to him, for if I listen to him I shall lose him. It's ingenious, it's complicated, but I dare say you follow me. Don't move, said Nick. Pardon a poor clumsy beginner. No, I shall explain quietly. Somehow here it's very complicated and you mustn't lose the thread. I shall be an actress and make a tremendous lot of money. And somehow too, I suppose a little later, I shall become an ambassadress and be the favourite of courts. So you see it will all be delightful. Only I shall have to go very straight. Mamma reminds me of a story I once heard about the mother of a young lady who was in receipt of much civility from the pretender to a crown, which indeed he, and the young lady too, afterwards more or less wore. The old countess watched the course of events and gave her daughter the cleverest advice. Tiens bon, ma fille, and you shall sit upon a throne. Mamma wishes me to tenir bon. She apparently thinks there's a danger I mayn't, so that if I don't sit upon a throne I shall at least parade at the foot of one. And if before that, for 10 years, I pile up the money, they'll forgive me the way I've made it. I should hope so, if I've tenu bon. Only 10 years is a good while to hold out, isn't it? If it isn't Mr. Sherringham, it will be someone else. Mr. Sherringham has the great merit of being a bird in the hand. I'm to keep him along. I'm to be still more diplomatic than even he can be. Mrs. Rooth listened to her daughter with an air of assumed reprobation, which melted before the girl had done into a diverted, complacent smile. The gratification of finding herself the proprietress of so much wit and irony and grace. Miriam's account of her mother's views was a scene of comedy, and there was instinctive art in the way she added touch to touch and made point upon point. She was so quiet, to oblige her painter, that only her fine lips moved. All her expression was in their charming utterance. Mrs. Rooth, after the first flutter of a less cynical spirit, consented to be sacrificed to an effect of the really high order she had now been educated to recognize, so that she scarce hesitated when Miriam had ceased speaking before she tittered out with the fondest indulgence, "Comédienne!" And she seemed to appeal to their companion. "Ain't she fascinating? That's the way she does for you." "It's rather cruel, isn't it," said Miriam, "to deprive people of the luxury of calling one an actress as they call one a liar. But I represent truly." "Mr. Sherringham would marry you to morrow. There's no question of 10 years," cried Mrs. Rooth with a comicality of plainness. Miriam smiled at Nick, deprecating his horror of such talk. "Isn't it droll, the way she can't get it out of her head?" Then turning almost coaxingly to the old woman, "Voyons, look about you. They don't marry us like that." "But they do. Cela se voit tous les jours. Ask Mr. Dormer." "Oh, never. It would be as if I asked him to give us a practical proof." "I shall never prove anything by marrying any one," Nick said. "For me, that question's over." Miriam rested kind eyes on him. "Dear me, how you must hate me." And before he had time to reply, she went on to her mother. "People marry them to make them leave the stage, which proves exactly what I say." "Ah, they offer them the finest positions," reasoned Mrs. Rooth. "Do you want me to leave it then?" "Oh, you can manage if you will. The only managing I know anything about is to do my work. If I manage that decently, I shall pull through." "But, dearest, may our work not be of many sorts?" "I only know one," said Miriam. At this her mother got up with a sigh. "I see you do wish to drive me into the street." "Mamma's bewildered. There are so many paths she wants to follow. There are so many bundles of hay." "As I told you, she wishes to gobble them all," the girl pursued. Then she added, "Yes, go and take the carriage. Take a turn round the park. You always delight in that. And come back for me in an hour. I'm too vexed with you." "The air will do me good," said Mrs. Rooth. But before she went she addressed Nick. "I've your assurance that you'll bring him then to night?" "Bring Peter? I don't think I shall have to drag him," Nick returned. "But you must do me the justice to remember that if I should resort to force I should do something that's not particularly in my interest. I should be magnanimous." "We must always be that, mustn't we?" moralized Mrs. Rooth. "How could it affect your interest?" Miriam asked less abstractedly. "Yes, as you say," her mother mused at their host, "the question of marriage has ceased to exist for you." "Mamma goes straight at it," laughed the girl, getting up while Nick rubbed his canvas before answering. Miriam went to mamma and settled her bonnet and mantle in preparation for her drive, then stood a moment with a filial arm about her, as if waiting for their friend's explanation. This, however, when it came, halted visibly. "Why, you said a while ago that if Peter was there you wouldn't act." "I'll act for him," smiled Miriam, inconsequently caressing her mother. "It doesn't matter whom it's for," Mrs. Rooth declared sagaciously. "Take your drive and relax your mind," said the girl, kissing her. "Come for me in an hour, not later, but not sooner." She went with her to the door, bundled her out, closed it behind her, and came back to the position she had quitted. "This is the peace I want," she gratefully cried as she settled into it. End of chapter 44. Chapter 45 of the Tragic Muse. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Tragic Muse by Henry James. Chapter 45. Peter Sherringham said so little during the performance that his companion was struck by his dumbness, especially as Miriam's acting seemed to Nick magnificent. He held his breath while she was on the stage. She gave the whole thing, including the spectators' emotion, such a lift. She had not carried out her fantastic menace of not exerting herself, and as Mrs. Rooth had said, it little mattered for whom she acted. Nick was conscious in watching her that she went through it all for herself, for the idea that possessed her and that she rendered with extraordinary breadth. She couldn't open the door part of the way to it and let it simply peep in. If it entered at all, it must enter in full procession and occupy the premises in state. This was what had happened on an occasion which, as the less tormented of our young men felt in his stall, grew larger with each throb of the responsive house, till by the time the play was half over it appeared to stretch out wide arms to the future. Nick had often heard more applause, but had never heard more attention, since they were all charmed and hushed together, and success seemed to be sitting down with them. There had been, of course, plenty of announcement. The newspapers had abounded, and the arts of the manager had taken the freest license. But it was easy to feel a fine universal consensus and to recognize everywhere the light spring of hope. People snatched their eyes from the stage an instant to look at each other, all eager to hand on the torch passed to them by the actress over the footlights. It was a part of the impression that she was now only showing to the full, for this time she had verse to deal with, and she made it unexpectedly exquisite. She was beauty, melody, truth. She was passion and persuasion and tenderness. She caught up the obstreperous play in soothing, entwining arms, and seeming to tread the air in the flutter of her robe, carried it into the high places of poetry, of art, of style. And she had such tones of nature, such concealments of art, such effusions of life, that the whole scene glowed with the color she communicated, and the house, pervaded with rosy fire, glowed back at the scene. Nick looked round in the intervals. He felt excited and flushed. The night had turned to a feast of fraternity, and he expected to see people embrace each other. The crowd, the agitation, the triumph, the surprise, the signals and rumors, the heated air, his associates near him pointing out other figures who presumably were celebrated but whom he had never heard of, all amused him and banished every impulse to question or to compare. Miriam was as happy as some right sensation. She would have fed the memory with deep draughts. One of the things that amused him, or at least helped to fill his attention, was Peter's attitude, which apparently didn't exclude criticism, rather, indeed, mainly implied it. This admirer never took his eyes off the actress, but he made no remark about her and never stirred out of his chair. Nick had had from the first a plan of going round to speak to her, but as his companion evidently meant not to move, he scrupled at being more forward. During their brief dinner together they were determined not to be late. Peter had been silent, quite recklessly grave, but also his kinsman judged, full of the wish to make it clear he was calm. In his seat he was calmer than ever, and had an air even of trying to suggest that his attendance, preoccupied as he was with deeper solemnities, was more or less mechanical, the result of a conception of duty, a habit of courtesy. When during a scene in the second act, a scene from which Miriam was absent, Nick observed to him that one might judge from his reserve that he wasn't pleased, he replied after a moment, "I've been looking for her mistakes." And when Nick made answer to this that he certainly wouldn't find them, he said again in an odd tone, "No, I shan't find them. I shan't find them." It might have seemed that since the girl's performance was a dazzling success, he regarded his evening as rather a failure. After the third act, Nick said candidly, "My dear fellow, how can you sit here? Aren't you going to speak to her?" To which Peter replied inscrutably, "Lord, no, never again. I bade her good-bye yesterday. She knows what I think of her form. It's very good, but she carries it a little too far. Besides, she didn't want me to come, and it's therefore more discreet to keep away from her." "Surely it isn't an hour for discretion," Nick cried. "Excuse me, at any rate, for 5 minutes." He went behind and reappeared only as the curtain was rising on the fourth act, and in the interval between the fourth and the fifth he went again for a shorter time. Peter was personally detached, but he consented to listen to his companion's vivid account of the state of things on the stage, where the elation of victory had lighted up the place. The strain was over, the ship in port, They were all wiping their faces and grinning. Miriam, yes, positively was grinning too, and she hadn't asked a question about Peter nor sent him a message. They were kissing all round and dancing for joy. They were on the eve, worse luck, of a tremendous run. Peter groaned irrepressibly for this. It was, save for a slight sign a moment later, the only vibration caused in him by his cousin's report. There was but one voice of regret that they hadn't put on the piece earlier, as the end of the season would interrupt the run. There was but one voice, too, about the fourth act. It was believed all London would rush to see the fourth act. The crowd about her was a dozen deep, and Miriam in the midst of it all charming. She was receiving in the ugly place after the fashion of royalty, almost as hedged with the famous divinity, yet with a smile and a word for each. She was really like a young queen on her accession. When she saw him, Nick, she had kissed her hand to him over the heads of the courtiers. Nick's artless comment on this was that she had such pretty manners. It made Peter laugh, apparently at his friend's conception of the manners of a young queen. Mrs. Rooth, with a dozen shawls on her arm, was as red as the kitchen fire, but you couldn't tell if Miriam were red or pale, she was so cleverly, finely made up, perhaps a little too much. Dashwood, of course, was greatly to the fore, but you hadn't to mention his own performance to him. He took it all handsomely and wouldn't hear of anything but that her fortune was made. He didn't say much indeed, but evidently had ideas about her fortune. He nodded significant things and whistled inimitable sounds. Phew, phew! He was perfectly satisfied. Moreover, he looked further ahead than anyone. It was on coming back to his place after the fourth act that Nick put in, for his companion's benefit, most of these touches in his sketch of the situation. If Peter had continued to look for Miriam's mistakes, he hadn't yet found them. The fourth act, bristling with dangers, putting a premium on every sort of cheap effect, had rounded itself without a flaw. Sitting there alone while Nick was away, he had leisure to meditate on the wonder of this, on the art with which the girl had separated passion from violence, filling the whole place and never screaming. For it had often seemed to him in London of old that the yell of theatrical emotion rang through the shrinking night like the voice of the Sunday newsboy. Miriam had never been more present to him than at this hour, but she was inextricably transmuted, present essentially as the romantic heroine she represented. His state of mind was of the strangest, and he was conscious of its strangeness, just as he was conscious in his very person of a lapse of resistance which likened itself absurdly to liberation. He felt weak at the same time that he felt inspired, and he felt inspired at the same time that he knew, or believed he knew, that his face was a blank. He saw things as a shining confusion, and yet somehow something monstrously definite kept surging out of them. Miriam was a beautiful, actual, fictive, impossible young woman of a past age, an undiscoverable country, who spoke in blank verse and overflowed with metaphor, who was exalted and heroic beyond all human convenience, and who yet was irresistibly real and related to one's own affairs. But that reality was a part of her spectator's joy, and she was not changed back to the common by his perception of the magnificent trick of art with which it was connected. Before his kinsman rejoined him, Peter, taking a visiting card from his pocket, had written on it in pencil a few words in a foreign tongue, but as at that moment he saw Nick coming in, he immediately put it out of view. The last thing before the curtain rose on the fifth act, that young man mentioned his having brought a message from Basil Dashwood, who hoped they both, on leaving the theatre, would come to supper with him in company with Miriam and her mother and several others. He had prepared a little informal banquet in honor of so famous a night. At this, while the curtain was about to rise, Peter immediately took out his card again and added something. He wrote the finest small hand you could see. Nick asked him what he was doing, and he waited but an instant. "It's a word to say I can't come." To Dashwood? Oh, I shall go, said Nick. Well, I hope you'll enjoy it, his companion replied in a tone which came back to him afterwards. When the curtain fell on the last act, the people stayed, standing up in their places for acclamation. The applause shook the house. The recall became a clamor, the relief from a long tension. This was, in any performance, a moment Peter detested, but he stood for an instant beside Nick, who clapped, to his cousin's diplomatic sense, after the fashion of a schoolboy at the pantomime. There was a veritable roar, while the curtain drew back at the side most removed from our pair. Peter could see Basil Dashwood holding it, making a passage for the male juvenile lead, who had Miriam in tow. Nick redoubled his efforts, heard the plaudits swell, saw the bows of the leading gentleman, who was hot and fat, saw Miriam, personally conducted, and closer to the footlights, grow brighter and bigger and more swaying, and then became aware that his own comrade had with extreme agility slipped out of the stalls. Nick had already lost sight of him. He had apparently taken but a minute to escape from the house, and wondered at his quitting him without a farewell if he was to leave England on the morrow, and they were not to meet at the hospitable Dashwoods. He wondered even what Peter was up to, since, as he had assured him, there was no question of his going round to Miriam. He waited to see this young lady reappear 3 times, dragging Dashwood behind her at the second with a friendly arm, to whom, in turn, was hooked Miss Fanny Rover, the actress entrusted in the piece with the inevitable comic relief. He went out slowly with the crowd, and at the door looked again for Peter, who struck him as deficient for once in finish. He couldn't know that in another direction, and while he was helping the house to rise at its heroine, his kinsman had been particularly explicit. On reaching the lobby, Peter had pounced on a small boy in buttons, who seemed superfluously connected with a desolate refreshment room, and from the tips of his toes was peeping at the stage through the glazed hole in the door of a box. Into one of the child's hands he thrust the card he had drawn again from his waistcoat, and into the other the largest silver coin he could find in the same receptacle, while he bent over him with words of adjuration, words the little page tried to help himself to apprehend by instantly attempting to peruse the other words written on the card. "That's no use, it's Italian," said Peter. "Only carry it round to Miss Ruth without a minute's delay. Place it in her hand and she'll give you some object, a bracelet, a glove, or a flower, to bring me back as a sign that she has received it. I shall be outside. Bring me there what she gives you, and you shall have another shilling. Only fly." His small messenger sounded him a moment with the sharp face of London wage-earning and still more of London tip-earning infancy, and vanished as swiftly as a slave of the Arabian Nights. While he waited in the lobby, the audience began to pour out, and before the urchin had come back to him, he was clapped on the shoulder by Nick. "I'm glad I haven't lost you, but why didn't you stay to give her a hand?" "Give her a hand? I hated it." "My dear man, I don't follow you," Nick said. "If you won't come to Dashwood's supper, I fear our ways don't lie together." "Thank him very much. Say I've to get up at an unnatural hour." To this Peter added, "I think I ought to tell you she may not be there." "Miss Ruth? Why, it's all for her." "I'm waiting for a word from her. She may change her mind." Nick showed his interest. "For you? What then have you proposed?" "I've proposed marriage," said Peter in a strange voice. "I say!" Nick broke out. And at the same moment Peter's messenger squeezed through the press and stood before him. "She has given me nothing, sir," the boy announced, "but she says I'm to say, 'All right.'" Nick's stare widened. "You've proposed through him?" "Aye, and she accepts. Good night." On which, turning away, Peter bounded into a hansom. He said something to the driver through the roof, and Nick's eyes followed the cab as it started off. This young man was mystified, was even amused, especially when the youth in buttons, planted there and wondering too, brought forth, "Please, sir, he told me he'd give me a shilling, and he've forgot it." "Oh, I can't pay you for that," Nick laughed, but he fished out a dole, though he was vexed at the injury to the supper. End of chapter 45. Chapter 46 of the Tragic Muse. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Tragic Muse by Henry James, Chapter 46. Peter, meanwhile, rolled away through the summer night to St. John's Wood. He had put the pressure of strong words on his young friend, entreating her to drive home immediately, return there without any one, without even her mother. He wished to see her alone, and for a purpose he would fully and satisfactorily explain. Couldn't she trust him? He besought her to remember his own situation and throw over her supper, throw over everything. He would wait for her with unspeakable impatience in Balaclava Place. He did so when he got there, but it had taken half an hour. Interminable seemed his lonely vigil in Miss Lumley's drawing-room, where the character of the original proprietress came out to him more than ever before in a kind of afterglow of old sociabilities, a vulgar, ghostly reference. The numerous candles had been lighted for him, and Mrs. Rooth's familiar fictions lay about, but his nerves forbade him the solace of a chair and a book. He walked up and down, thinking and listening, and as the long window, the balmy air permitting, stood open to the garden, he passed several times in and out. A carriage appeared to stop at the gate, then there was nothing. He heard the rare rattle of wheels and the far-off hum of London. His impatience was overwrought, and though he knew this, it persisted. It would have been no easy matter for Miriam to break away from the flock of her felicitators. Still less simple was it, doubtless, for her to leave poor Dashwood with his supper on his hands. Perhaps she would bring Dashwood with her, bring him to time her. She was capable of playing him, that is, of playing Her Majesty's new representative to the small far-off state, or even of playing them both, that trick. Perhaps the little wretch in buttons, Peter remembered now the neglected shilling, only pretending to go round with his card, had come back with an invented answer. But how could he know, since presumably he couldn't read Italian, that his answer would fit the message? Peter was sorry now that he himself had not gone round, not snatched Miriam bodily away, made sure of her and of what he wanted of her. When 40 minutes had elapsed, he regarded it as proved that she wouldn't come, and asking himself what he should do, determined to drive off again and seize her at her comrade's feast. Then he remembered how Nick had mentioned that this entertainment was not to be held at the young actor's lodgings, but at some tavern or restaurant, the name of which he had not heeded. Suddenly, however, Peter became aware with joy that this name didn't matter, for there was something at the garden door at last. He rushed out before she had had time to ring, and saw as she stepped from the carriage that she was alone. Now that she was there, that he had this evidence, she had listened to him and trusted him, all his impatience and bitterness gave way, and a flood of pleading tenderness took their place in the first words he spoke to her. It was far dearer of her than he had any right to dream, but she was the best and kindest creature. This showed it, as well as the most wonderful. He was really not off his head with his contradictory ways. No, before heaven he wasn't, and he would explain, he would make everything clear. Everything was changed. She stopped short in the little dusky garden, looking at him in the light of the open window. Then she called back to the coachman. They had left the garden door open. "Wait for me, mind. I shall want you again." "What's the matter? Won't you stay?" Peter asked. "Are you going out again at this absurd hour?" "I won't hurt you," he gently urged, and he went back and closed the garden door. He wanted to say to the coachman, "It's no matter. Please drive away." At the same time, he wouldn't for the world have done anything offensive to her. "I've come because I thought it better to-night, as things have turned out, to do the thing you asked me, whatever it may be," she had already begun. "That's probably what you calculated I would think, eh? What this evening has been you've seen, and I must allow that your hand's in it, that you know for yourself, that you doubtless felt as you sat there. But I confess I don't imagine what you want of me here now," she added. She had remained standing in the path. Peter felt the irony of her now and how it made a fool of him, but he had been prepared for this and for much worse. He had begged her not to think him a fool, but in truth at present he cared little if she did. Very likely he was. In spite of his plea that everything was changed, he cared little even himself. However, he spoke in the tone of intense reason and of the fullest disposition to satisfy her. This lucidity only took still more from the dignity of his change of front. His separation from her the day before had had such pretensions to being lucid, but the explanation and the justification were in the very fact, the fact that had complete possession of him. He named it when he replied to her, "I've simply overrated my strength. Oh, I knew. That's why I entreated you not to come," Miriam groaned. She turned away lamenting, and for a moment he thought she would retreat to her carriage, but he passed his hand into her arm to draw her forward, and after an instant felt her yield. "The fact is, we must have this thing out," he said. Then he added, as he made her go into the house, bending over her, "The failure of my strength, that was just the reason of my coming." She broke into her laugh at these words as she entered the drawing room, and it made them sound pompous in their false wisdom. She flung off, as a good-natured tribute to the image of their having the thing out, a white shawl that had been wrapped round her. She was still painted and bedizened in the splendid dress of her climax, so that she seemed protected and alienated by the character she had been acting. "Whatever it is you want, when I understand, you'll be very brief, won't you? Do you know I've given up a charming supper for you? Mamma has gone there. I've promised to go back to them." "You're an angel not to have let her come with you. I'm sure she wanted to," Peter made reply. "Oh, she's all right, but she's nervous." Then the girl added, "Couldn't she keep you away after all?" "Whom are you talking about?" Biddy Dormer was as absent from his mind as if she had never existed. "The charming thing you were with this morning. Is she so afraid of obliging me?" "Oh, she'd be so good for you." "Don't speak of that," Peter gravely said. "I was in perfect good faith yesterday when I took leave of you. I was. But I can't. You're too unutterably dear to me." "Oh, don't, please don't." Miriam wailed at this. She stood before the fireless chimney-piece with one of her hands on it. "If it's only to say that, don't you know, what's the use?" "It isn't only to say that. I've a plan, a perfect plan. The whole thing lies clear before me." "And what's the whole thing?" He had to make an effort. "You say your mother's nervous. Ah, if you knew how nervous I am." "Well, I'm not. Go on." "Give it up." "Give it up," Peter stammered. "Give it up?" She fixed him like a mild Medusa. "I'll marry you to-morrow if you'll renounce, and in return for the sacrifice you make for me, I'll do more for you than ever was done for a woman before." "Renounce after to-night? Do you call that a plan?" she asked. "Those are old words and very foolish ones. You wanted something of that sort a year ago." "Oh, I fluttered round the idea at that time. We were talking in the air. I didn't really believe I could make you see it then, and certainly you didn't see it. My own future, moreover, wasn't definite to me. I didn't know what I could offer you. But these last months have made a difference. I do know now. Now what I say is deliberate. It's deeply meditated. I simply can't live without you, and I hold that together we may do great things." She seemed to wonder. "What sort of things?" "The things of my profession, of my life, the things one does for one's country, the responsibility and the honour of great affairs. Deeply fascinating when one's immersed in them, and more exciting, really, put them even at that, than the excitements of the theatre. Care for me only a little, and you'll see what they are. They'll take hold of you. Believe me, Peter pleaded. Every fibre of my being trembles in what I say to you." "You admitted yesterday it wouldn't do," she made answer. "Where were the fibres of your being then?" "They throbbed in me even more than now, and I was trying like an ass not to feel them. Where was this evening yesterday? Where were the maddening hours I've just spent? Ah, you're the perfection of perfections. And as I sat there tonight, you taught me what I really want. The perfection of perfections? The girl echoed with the strangest smile. I needn't try to tell you. You must have felt tonight with such rapture what you are, what you can do. How can I give that up? He piteously went on. How can I, my poor friend? I like your plans and your responsibilities and your great affairs, as you call them. Voyons, they're infantile. I've just shown that I'm a perfection of perfections. Therefore it's just the moment to renounce, as you gracefully say. Oh, I was sure, I was sure. And Miriam paused, resting eyes at once lighted and troubled on him, as in the effort to think of some arrangement that would help him out of his absurdity. I was sure, I mean, that if you did come to your poor, dear, doting brain would be quite confused. She presently pursued, I can't be a muff in public just for you, pourtant. Dear me, why do you like us so much? Like you? I loathe you. Je le vois parbleu bien, she lightly returned. I mean, why do you feel us, judge us, understand us so well? I please you because you see, because you know, and then for that very reason of my pleasing, you must adapt me to your convenience, you must take me over, as they say. You admire me as an artist and therefore want to put me into a box in which the artist will breathe her last. Ah, be reasonable, you must let her live. Let her live? As if I could prevent her living, Peter cried with unmistakable conviction. Even if I did wish, how could I prevent a spirit like yours from expressing itself? Don't talk about my putting you in a box, for, dearest child, I'm taking you out of one, he all persuasively explained. The artist is irrepressible, eternal. She'll be in everything you are and in everything you do, and you'll go about with her triumphantly exerting your powers, charming the world, carrying everything before you. Miriam's color rose through all her artificial surfaces at this all but convincing appeal, and she asked whimsically, shall you like that? Like my wife to be the most brilliant woman in Europe? I think I can do with it. Aren't you afraid of me? Not a bit. Bravely said. How little you know me after all, sighed the girl. I tell the truth, Peter ardently went on, and you must do me the justice to admit that I've taken the time to dig deep into my feelings. I'm not an infatuated boy. I've lived, I've had experience, I've observed. In short, I know what I mean and what I want. It isn't a thing to reason about. It's simply a need that consumes me. I've put it on starvation diet, but that's no use. Really, it's no use, Miriam, the young man declared with a ring that spoke enough of his sincerity. It is no question of my trusting you. It's simply a question of your trusting me. You're all right, as I've heard you say yourself. You're frank, spontaneous, generous. You're a magnificent creature. Just quietly marry me, and I'll manage you. Manage me? The girl's inflection was droll. It made him change color. I mean, I'll give you a larger life than the largest you can get in any other way. The stage is great, no doubt, but the world's greater. It's a bigger theater than any of those places in the Strand. We'll go in for realities instead of fables, and you'll do them far better than you do the fables. Miriam had listened attentively, but her face, that could so show things, showed her despair at his perverted ingenuity. Pardon my saying it after your delightful tributes to my worth, she returned in a moment, but I've never listened to anything quite so grandly unreal. You think so well of me that humility itself ought to keep me silent. Nevertheless, I must utter a few shabby words of sense. I'm a magnificent creature on the stage. Well and good. It's what I want to be, and it's charming to see such evidence that I succeed. But off the stage, woe betide us both. I should lose all my advantages, the facts so patent that it seems to me I'm very good-natured even to discuss it with you. Are you on the stage now, pray? Ah, Miriam, if it weren't for the respect I owe you, her companion wailed. If it weren't for that, I shouldn't have come here to meet you. My gift is the thing that takes you. Could there be a better proof than that? It's tonight's display of it that has brought you to this unreason. It's indeed a misfortune that you're so sensitive to our poor arts, since they play such tricks with your power to see things as they are. Without my share of them, I should be a dull, empty, third-rate woman. And yet that's the fate you ask me to face, and insanely pretend you're ready to face yourself. Without it, Sherringham cried. Your own sophistry's infinitely worse than mine. I should like to see you without it for the 50th part of a second. What I ask you to give up is the dusty boards of the playhouse and the flaring footlights, but not the very essence of your being. Your gift, your genius is yourself. And it's because it's yourself that I yearn for you. If it had been a thing you could leave behind by the easy dodge of stepping off the stage, I would never have looked at you a second time. Don't talk to me as if I were a simpleton with your own false simplifications. You were made to charm and console, to represent beauty and harmony and variety to miserable human beings. And the daily life of man is the theatre for that, not a vulgar shop with a turnstile that's open only once in the 24 hours. Without it, verily, Peter proceeded with a still deep heat that kept down in a manner his rising scorn and exasperated passion. Please let me know the first time you're without your face, without your voice, your step, your exquisite spirit, the turn of your head, and the wonder of your look. Miriam at this moved away from him with a port that resembled what she sometimes showed on the stage when she turned her young back upon the footlights, and then after a few steps grandly swept round again. This evolution she performed, it was over in an instant on the present occasion, even to stopping short with her eyes upon him and her head admirably erect. Surely it's strange, she said, the way the other solution never occurs to you. The other solution? That you should stay on the stage. I don't understand you, her friend gloomed. Stay on my stage. Come off your own. For a little he said nothing. Then, you mean that if I'll do that, you'll have me? I mean that if it were to occur to you to offer me a little sacrifice on your own side, it might place the matter in a slightly more attractive light. Continue to let you act as my wife, he appealed. Is it a real condition? Am I to understand that those are your terms? I may say so without fear, because you'll never accept them. Would you accept them from me, he demanded. Accept the manly, the professional sacrifice to see me throw up my work, my prospects? Of course I should have to do that, and simply become your appendage. She raised her arms for a prodigious fall. My dear fellow, you invite me with the best conscience in the world to become yours. The cases are not equal. You'd make of me the husband of an actress. I should make of you the wife of an ambassador. The husband of an actress. C'est bientôt dit, in that tone of scorn. If you're consistent, said Miriam, all lucid and hard, it ought to be a proud position for you. What do you mean, if I'm consistent? Haven't you always insisted on the beauty and interest of our art and the greatness of our mission? Haven't you almost come to blows with poor Gabriel Nash about it? What did all that mean if you won't face the first consequences of your theory? Either it was an enlightened conviction or it was an empty pretense. If you were only talking against time, I'm glad to know it, she rolled out with a darkening eye. The better the cause, it seems to me, the better the deed. And if the theatre is important to the human spirit, as you used to say so charmingly, and if into the bargain you've the pull of being so fond of me, I don't see why it should be monstrous of you to give us your services in an intelligent, indirect way. Of course, if you're not serious, we needn't talk at all. But if you are, with your conception of what the actor can do, why is it so base to come to the actor's aid, taking one devotion with another? If I'm so fine, I'm worth looking after a bit, and the place where I'm finest is the place to look after me. He had a long pause again, taking her in as it seemed to him he had never done. You were never finer than at this minute in the deepest domesticity of private life. I've no conception whatever of what the actor can do, and no theory whatever about the importance of the theatre. Any infatuation of that sort has completely dropped from me, and for all I care the theatre may go to the dogs, which I judge it altogether probably will." "You're dishonest, you're ungrateful, you're false," Miriam flashed. "It was the theatre brought you here. If it hadn't been for the theatre I never would have looked at you. It was in the name of the theatre you first made love to me. It's to the theatre you owe every advantage that, so far as I'm concerned, you possess." "I seem to possess a great many," poor Peter derisively groaned. "You might avail yourself better of those you have. You make me angry, but I want to be fair," said the shining creature, "and I can't be unless you are. You're not fair, nor candid, nor honorable, when you swallow your words and abjure your faith, when you throw over old friends and old memories for a selfish purpose." "Selfish purpose is, in your own convenient idiom, bientôt dit," Peter promptly answered. "I suppose you consider that, if I truly esteemed you, I should be ashamed to deprive the world of the light of your genius. Perhaps my esteem isn't of the right quality. There are different kinds, aren't there? At any rate, I've explained to you that I propose to deprive the world of nothing at all. You shall be celebrated. Allez!" Vain words, my dear." And she turned off again in her impatience. "I know, of course," she added quickly, "that to befool yourself with such twaddle, you must be pretty bad." "Yes, I'm pretty bad," he admitted, looking at her dismally. "What do you do with the declaration you made me the other day, the day I found my cousin here, that you'd take me if I should come to you as one who had risen high?" Miriam thought of it. "I remember the chaff about the honours, the orders, the stars and garters, my poor foolish friend. Don't be so painfully literal. Don't you know a joke when you see it? It was to worry your cousin, wasn't it? But it didn't in the least succeed." "Why should you wish to worry my cousin?" "Because he's so provoking," she instantly answered, after which she laughed as if for her falling too simply into the trap he had laid. "Surely, at all events, I had my freedom no less than I have it now. Pray what explanation should I have owed you, and in what fear of you should I have gone? However, that has nothing to do with it. Say I did tell you that we might arrange it on the day you should come to me covered with glory in the shape of little tinkling medals. Why should you anticipate that transaction by so many years and knock me down such a long time in advance? Where's the glory, please, and where are the medals? Dearest girl, am I not going to strange parts, a capital promotion, next month?" he insistently demanded. "And can't you trust me enough to believe I speak with a real appreciation of the facts, that I'm not lying to you in short when I tell you I've my foot in the stirrup? The glory's dawning. I'm all right too. What you propose to me, then, is to accompany you tout bonnement to your new post. What you propose to me is to pack up and start?" "You put it in a nutshell." But Peter's smile was strained. "You're touching. It has its charm. But you can't get anything in any of the Americas, you know. I'm assured there are no medals to be picked up in those parts, which are therefore strange indeed. That's why the diplomatic body hate them all." "They're on the way, they're on the way," he could only feverishly hammer. "The people here don't keep us long in disagreeable places unless we want to stay. There's one thing you can get anywhere if you've ability, and nowhere if you've not, and in the disagreeable places generally more than in the others. And that, since it's the element of the question we're discussing, is simply success. It's odious to be put on one's swagger, but I protest against being treated as if I had nothing to offer a person who has such glories of her own. I'm not a little presumptuous ass. I'm a man accomplished and determined, and the omens are on my side." Peter faltered a moment and then with a queer expression went on. "Remember, after all, that strictly speaking your glories are also still in the future." An exclamation at these words burst from Miriam's lips, but her companion resumed quickly. "Ask my official superiors, ask any of my colleagues, if they consider I've nothing to offer." He had an idea, as he ceased speaking, that she was on the point of breaking out with some strong word of resentment at his allusion to the contingent nature of her prospects, but it only deepened his wound to hear her say with extraordinary mildness, "It's perfectly true that my glories are still to come, that I may fizzle out, and that my little success of to-day is perhaps a mere flash in the pan. Stranger things have been, something of that sort happens every day. But don't we talk too much of that part of it?" she asked with a weary patience that was noble in its effect. "Surely it's vulgar to think only of the noise one's going to make, especially when one remembers how utterly bête most of the people will be among whom one makes it. It isn't to my possible glories I cling, it's simply to my idea, even if it's destined to betray me and sink me. I like it better than anything else, 1,000 times better. I'm sorry to have to put it in such a way, than tossing up my head as the fine lady of a little coterie. A little coterie? I don't know what you're talking about." For this, at least, Peter could fight. "A big coterie, then." "It's only that, at the best. A nasty, prim, official woman who's perched on her little local pedestal and thinks she's a queen forever because she's ridiculous for an hour. Oh, you needn't tell me. I've seen them abroad, the dreariest females, and could imitate them here. I could do one for you on the spot if I weren't so tired. It's scarcely worth mentioning, perhaps, all this while, but I'm ready to drop." She picked up the white mantle she had tossed off, flinging it round her with her usual amplitude of gesture. "They're waiting for me, and I confess I'm hungry. If I don't hurry, they'll eat up all the nice things. Don't say I haven't been obliging, and come back when you're better. Good night." "I quite agree with you that we've talked too much about the vulgar side of our question," Peter returned, walking round to get between her and the French window by which she apparently had a view of leaving the room. "That's because I wanted to bribe you. Bribery's almost always vulgar." "Yes, you should do better. Merci. There's a cab. Some of them have come for me. I must go," she added, listening for a sound that reached her from the road. Peter listened too, making out no cab. "Believe me, it isn't wise to turn your back on such an affection as mine, and on such a confidence," he broke out again, speaking almost in a warning tone. There was a touch of superior sternness in it, as of a rebuke for real folly, but it was meant to be tender, and stopping her within a few feet of the window, "Such things are the most precious that life has to give us," he added all but didactically. She had listened once more for a little, then she appeared to give up the idea of the cab. The reader need hardly be told that, at this stage of her youthful history, the right way for her lover to take her wouldn't have been to picture himself as acting for her highest good. "I like your calling the feeling with which I inspire your confidence," she presently said, and the deep note of the few words had something of the distant mutter of thunder. "What is it, then, when I offer you everything I have, everything I am, everything I shall ever be?" She seemed to measure him as for the possible success of an attempt to pass him, but she remained where she was. "I'm sorry for you, yes, but I'm also rather ashamed." "Ashamed of me?" "A brave offer to see me through, that's what I should call confidence. You say today that you hate the theatre, and do you know what has made you do it? The fact that it has too large a place in your mind to let you disown it and throw it over with a good conscience. It has a deep fascination for you, and yet you're not strong enough to do so enlightened and public a thing as take up with it in my person. You're ashamed of yourself for that, as all your constant high claims for it are on record. So you blaspheme against it to try and cover your retreat and your treachery and straighten out your personal situation. But it won't do, dear Mr. Sherringham. It won't do at all," Miriam proceeded with a triumphant, almost judicial lucidity which made her companion stare. "You haven't the smallest excuse of stupidity, and your perversity is no excuse whatever. Leave her alone altogether, a poor girl who's making her way, or else come frankly to help her, to give her the benefit of your wisdom. Don't lock her up for life under the pretense of doing her good. What does one most good is to see a little honesty. You're the best judge, the best critic, the best observer, the best believer that I've ever come across. You're committed to it by everything you've said to me for a 12-month, by the whole turn of your mind, by the way you've followed us up, all of us, from far back. If in art's noble and beneficent, one shouldn't be afraid to offer it one's arm. Your cousin isn't. He can make sacrifices." "My cousin?" Peter amazedly echoed. "Why, wasn't it only the other day you were throwing his sacrifices in his teeth?" Under this imputation on her straightness Miriam flinched but for an instant. "I did that to worry you," she smiled. "Why should you wish to worry me if you care so little about me?" Care little about you? Haven't I told you often? Didn't I tell you yesterday how much I care? Ain't I showing it now by spending half the night here with you, giving myself away to all those cynics, taking all this trouble to persuade you to hold up your head and have the courage of your opinions? You invent my opinions for your convenience, said Peter, all undaunted. As long ago as the night I introduced you in Paris to Mademoiselle Voisin, you accused me of looking down on those who practice your art. I remember how you came down on me because I didn't take your friend Dashwood seriously enough. Perhaps I didn't. But if already at that time I was so wide of the mark, you can scarcely accuse me of treachery now. I don't remember, but I dare say you're right, Miriam coldly meditated. What I accused you of then was probably simply what I reproach you with now, the germ at least of your deplorable weakness. You consider that we do awfully valuable work, and yet you wouldn't for the world let people suppose you really take our side. If your position was even at that time so false, so much the worse for you, that's all. Oh, it's refreshing, his formidable friend exclaimed after a pause during which Peter seemed to himself to taste the full bitterness of despair, so baffled and cheapened he intimately felt. Oh, it's refreshing to see a man burn his ships in a cause that appeals to him, give up something precious for it, and break with horrid timidities and snobberies. It's the most beautiful sight in the world. Poor Peter, sore as he was, and with the cold breath of failure in his face, nevertheless burst out laughing at this fine irony. You're magnificent. You give me at this moment the finest possible illustration of what you mean by burning one's ships. Verily, verily, there's no one like you. Talk of timidity, talk of refreshment. If I had any talent for it, I'd go on the stage tomorrow so as to spend my life with you the better. If you'll do that, I'll be your wife the day after your first appearance. That would be really respectable, Miriam said. Unfortunately, I've no talent. That would only make it the more respectable. You're just like poor Nick, Peter returned. You've taken to imitating Gabriel Nash. Don't you see that it's only if it were a question of my going on the stage myself that there would be a certain fitness in your contrasting me invidiously with Nick and in my giving up one career for another? But simply to stand in the wing and hold your shawl and your smelling bottle, he concluded mournfully, as if he had ceased to debate. Holding my shawl and my smelling bottle is a mere detail representing a very small part of the whole precious service, the protection and encouragement for which a woman in my position might be indebted to a man interested in her work, and as accomplished and determined as you very justly describe yourself. And would it be your idea that such a man should live on the money earned by an exhibition of a person of his still more accomplished and still more determined wife? Why not, if they work together, if there's something of his spirit and his support in everything she does? Miriam demanded. Je vous entendais. With the famous person. Of course, that's the great stick they beat us with. Yes, we show it for money, those of us who have anything decent to show, and some, no doubt, who haven't, which is the real scandal. What will you have? It's only the envelope of the idea. It's only our machinery which ought to be conceded to us, and in proportion as the idea takes hold of us do we become unconscious of the clumsy body. Poor old person, if you knew what we think of it, if you don't forget it, that's your own affair. It shows you're dense before the idea. That I'm dense? And Peter appealed to their lamplit solitude, the favoring intimate night that only witnessed his defeat, as if this outrage had been all that was wanting. I mean the public is, the public who pays us. After all, they expect us to look at them, too, who are not half so well worth it. If you should see some of the creatures who have the face to plant themselves there in the stalls before one for 3 mortal hours, I dare say it would be simpler to have no bodies. But we're all in the same box, and it would be a great injustice to the idea, and we're all showing ourselves all the while, only some of us are not worth paying. You're extraordinarily droll, but somehow I can't laugh at you, he said, his handsome face drawn by his pain to a contraction sufficiently attesting the fact. Do you remember the second time I ever saw you, the day you recited at my place? He abruptly asked, a good deal as if he were taking from his quiver an arrow which, if it was the last, was also one of the sharpest. Perfectly. And what an idiot I was, though it was only yesterday. You expressed to me then a deep detestation of the sort of self-exposure to which the profession you were taking up would commit you. If you compared yourself to a contortionist at a country fair, I'm only taking my cue from you. "I don't know what I may have said then," replied Miriam, whose steady flight was not arrested by this ineffectual bolt. "I was no doubt already wonderful for talking of things I know nothing about. I was only on the brink of the stream, and I perhaps thought the water was colder than it is. One warms it a bit one's self when once one's in. Of course I'm a contortionist, and of course there's a hateful side. But don't you see how that very fact puts a price on every compensation, on the help of those who are ready to insist on the other side, the grand one, and especially on the sympathy of the person who's ready to insist most and to keep before us the great thing, the element that makes up for everything?" "The element?" Peter questioned with a vagueness that was pardonably exaggerated. "Do you mean your success?" "I mean what you've so often been eloquent about," she returned with an indulgent shrug, "the way we simply stir people's souls. Ah, there's where life can help us," she broke out with a change of tone. "There's where human relations and affections can help us. Love and faith and joy and suffering and experience. I don't know what to call them. They suggest things, they light them up and sanctify them, as you may say. They make them appear worth doing." She became radiant a while, as if with a splendid vision, then melting into still another accent, which seemed all nature and harmony and charity, she proceeded, "I must tell you that in the matter of what we can do for each other, I have a tremendously high ideal. I go in for closeness of union, for identity of interest. A true marriage, as they call it, must do one a lot of good." He stood there looking at her for a time, during which her eyes sustained his penetration without a relenting gleam. Some lapse of cruelty or of paradox, but with a passionate, inarticulate sound, he turned away to remain on the edge of the window, his hands in his pockets, gazing defeatedly, doggedly into the featureless night, into the little black garden which had nothing to give him but a familiar smell of damp. The warm darkness had no relief for him, and Miriam's histrionic hardness flung him back against a fifth-rate world, against a bedimmed, star-punctured nature which had no consolation, the bleared, irresponsive eyes of the London firmament. For the brief space of his glaring at these things he dumbly and helplessly raged. What he wanted was something that was not in that thick prospect. What was the meaning of this sudden offensive importunity of art, this senseless mocking catch, like some irritating chorus of conspirators in a bad opera, in which her voice was so incongruously conjoined with Nick's, and in which Biddy's sweet little pipe had not scrupled still more bewilderingly to mingle? Art might yield to damnation. What commission, after all, had he ever given it to better him or bother him? If the pointless groan in which Peter exhaled a part of his humiliation had been translated into words, these words would have been as heavily charged with a genuine British mistrust of the uncanny principle, as if the poor fellow speaking them had never quitted his island. Several acquired perceptions had struck a deep root in him, but an immemorial compact formation lay deeper still. He tried at the present hour to rest on it spiritually, but found it inelastic, and at the very moment when most conscious of this absence of the rebound or of any tolerable ease, he felt his vision solicited by an object which, as he immediately guessed, could only add to the complication of things. An undefined shape hovered before him in the garden, halfway between the gate and the house. It remained outside of the broad shaft of lamplight projected from the window. It wavered for a moment after it had become aware of his observation, and then whisked round the corner of the lodge. This characteristic movement so effectually dispelled the mystery. It could only be Mrs. Rooth, who resorted to such conspicuous secrecies that, to feel the game up and his interview over, he had no need to see the figure reappear on second thoughts and dodge about in the dusk with a sportive, vexatious vagueness. Evidently Miriam's warning of a few minutes before had been founded. A cab had deposited her anxious mother at the garden door. Mrs. Rooth had entered with precautions. She had approached the house and retreated. She had effaced herself, had peered and waited and listened. Maternal solicitude and muddled calculations had drawn her from a feast as yet too imperfectly commemorative. The heroine of the occasion, of course, had been intolerably missed, so that the old woman had both obliged the company and quieted her own nerves by jumping insistently into a hansom and rattling up to St. John's Wood to reclaim the absentee. But if she had wished to be in time, she had also desired not to be impertinent, and would have been still more embarrassed to say what she aspired to promote than to phrase what she had proposed to hinder. She wanted to abstain tastefully, to interfere felicitously, and more generally and justifiably the small hours having come, to see what her young charges were up to. She would probably have gathered that they were quarreling, and she appeared now to be motioning to Peter to know if it were over. He took no notice of her signals, if signals they were. He only felt that before he made way for the poor odious lady there was one small spark he might strike from Miriam's flint. Without letting her guess that her mother was on the premises, he turned again to his companion, half expecting she would have taken her chance to regard their discussion as more than terminated, and by the other egress flit away from him in silence. But she was still there. She was in the act of approaching him with a manifest intention of kindness, and she looked indeed to his surprise like an angel of mercy. "Don't let us part so harshly," she said, "with your trying to make me feel as if I were merely disobliging. It's no use talking. We only hurt each other. Let us hold our tongues like decent people and go about our business. It isn't as if you hadn't any cure, when you've such a capital one. Try it. Try it, my dear friend. You'll see. I wish you the highest promotion and the quickest, every success and every reward. When you've got them all some day, and I've become a great swell too, we'll meet on that solid basis, and you'll be glad I've been dreadful now." "Surely before I leave I've a right to ask you this," he answered, holding fast in both his own the cool hand of farewell she had chosen finally to torment him with. "Are you ready to follow up by a definite promise your implied assurance that I've a remedy?" "A definite promise?" Miriam benignly gazed. It was the perfection of indirectness. "I don't imply that you've a remedy. I declare it on the housetops. That delightful girl—" "I'm not talking of any delightful girl, but you," he broke in with a voice that, after he afterwards learned, struck Mrs. Rooth's ears in the garden with affright. "I simply hold you, under pain of being convicted of the grossest prevarication, to the strict sense of what you said 10 minutes ago." "I've said so many things. One has to do that to get rid of you." "You rather hurt my hand," she added, and jerked it away in a manner showing that if she was an angel of mercy, her mercy was partly for herself. "As I understand you, then, I may have some hope, if I do renounce my profession," Peter pursued. "If I break with everything, my prospects, my studies, my training, my emoluments, my past and my future, the service of my country and the ambition of my life, and engage to take up instead the business of watching your interests so far as I may learn how, and ministering to your triumphs so far as may in me lie. If after further reflection I decide to go through these preliminaries, have I your word that I may definitely look to you to reward me with your precious hand?" "I don't think you've any right to put the question to me now," she returned with a promptitude partly produced perhaps by the clear-cut form his solemn speech had given. There was a charm in the sound of it to each item of his enumeration. "The case is so very contingent, so dependent on what you ingeniously call your further reflection, while you really reserve everything you ask me to commit myself. If it's a question of further reflection, why did you drag me up here? And then," she added, "I'm so far from wishing you to take any such monstrous step." "Monstrous, you call it? Just now you said it would be sublime." "Sublime if it's done with spontaneity, with passion. Ridiculous if it's done after further reflection. As you said perfectly a while ago, it isn't a thing to reason about." "Ah, what a help you'd be to me in diplomacy!" Peter yearningly cried. "Will you give me a year to consider?" "Would you trust me for a year?" "Why not, if I'm ready to trust you for life?" "Oh, I shouldn't be free then, worse luck. And how much you seem to take for granted one must like you. Remember," he could immediately say, "that you've made a great point of your liking me. Wouldn't you do so still more if I were heroic?" She showed him, for all her high impatience now, the interest of a long look. "I think I should pity you in such a cause. Give it all to her. Don't throw away a real happiness." "Ah, you can't back out of your position with a few vague and even rather impertinent words," Peter protested. "You accuse me of swallowing my opinions, but you swallow your pledges. You've painted in heavenly colors the sacrifice I'm talking of, and now you must take the consequences." "The consequences? Why, my coming back in a year to square you." "Ah, you're a bore." She let him have it at last. "Come back when you like. I don't wonder you've grown desperate. But fancy me then," she added as she looked past him at a new interlocutor. "Yes, but if he'll square you," Peter heard Mrs. Rooth's voice respond all persuasively behind him. She had stolen up to the window now, had passed the threshold, was in the room, But her daughter had not been startled. "What is it he wants to do, dear?" she continued to Miriam. "To induce me to marry him if he'll go upon the stage. He'll practise over there where he's going, and then come back and appear. Isn't it too dreadful? Talk him out of it. Stay with him. Soothe him," the girl hurried on. "You'll find some drinks and some biscuits in the cupboard. Keep him with you. Pacify him. Give him his little supper. Meanwhile, I'll go to mine. I'll take the broom. Don't follow." With which words Miriam bounded into the garden, her white drapery shining for an instant in the darkness before she disappeared. Peter looked about him to pick up his hat, but while he did so heard the bang of the gate and the quick carriage get into motion. Mrs. Rooth appeared to sway violently and in opposed directions, that of the impulse to rush after Miriam and that of the extraordinary possibility to which the young lady had alluded. She was in doubt, yet at a venture, detaining him with a maternal touch. She twinkled up at their visitor like an insinuating glowworm. "I'm so glad you came." "I'm not. I've got nothing by it," Peter said as he found his hat. "Oh, it was so beautiful," she declared. "The play? Yes, wonderful. I'm afraid it's too late for me to avail myself of the privilege your daughter offers me. Good night." "Ah, it's a pity. Won't you take anything?" asked Mrs. Rooth. "When I heard your voice so high I was scared and hung back." But before he could reply she added, "Are you really thinking of the stage?" "It comes to the same thing." "Do you mean you've proposed?" "Oh, unmistakably." "And what does she say?" "Why, you heard. She says I'm an ass." "Ah, the little wretch," laughed Mrs. Rooth. "Leave her to me. I'll help you. But you are mad. Give up nothing, least of all your advantages." "I won't give up your daughter," said Peter, reflecting that if this was cheap it was at any rate good enough for Mrs. Rooth. He mended it a little indeed by adding darkly, "But you can't make her take me." "I can prevent her taking any one else." "Oh, can you?" Peter cried with more scepticism than ceremony. "You'll see, you'll see." He passed into the garden, but after she had blown out the candles and drawn the window to, Mrs. Rooth went with him. "All you've got to do is to be yourself, to be true to your fine position," she explained as they proceeded. "Trust me with the rest. Trust me and be quiet." "How can one be quiet after this magnificent evening?" "Yes, but it's just that," panted the eager old woman. "It has launched her so on this sea of dangers that to make up for the loss of the old security, don't you know, we must take a still firmer hold." "Ay, of what?" Peter asked as Mrs. Rooth's comfort became vague while she stopped with him at the garden door. "Ah, you know, of the real life, of the true anchor." Her hansom was waiting for her and she added, "I kept it, you see, but a little extravagance on the night one's fortune has come." Peter stared. Yes, there were people whose fortune had come, but he managed to stammer, "Are you following her again?" "For you, for you." And she clambered into the vehicle. From the seat, enticingly, she offered him the place beside her. "Won't you come too?" "I know he invited you." Peter declined with a quick gesture, and as he turned away he heard her call after him to cheer him on his lonely walk. "I shall keep this up. I shall never lose sight of her." End of chapter 46. Chapter 47 of the Tragic Muse. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Tragic Muse by Henry James, Chapter 47. When Mrs. Dallow returned to London just before London broke up, the fact was immediately known in Calcutta Gardens and was promptly communicated to Nick Dormer by his sister Bridget. He had learnt it in no other way. He had had no correspondence with Julia during her absence. He gathered that his mother and sisters were not ignorant of her whereabouts. He never mentioned her name to them, but as to this he was not sure if the source of their information had been the Morning Post or a casual letter received by the inscrutable Biddy. He knew Biddy had some epistolary commerce with Julia. He had an impression Grace occasionally exchanged letters with Mrs. Gresham. Biddy, however, who as he was also well aware, was always studying what he would like, forbore to talk to him about the absent mistress of Harsh beyond once dropping the remark that she had gone from Florence to Venice and was enjoying gondolas and sunsets too much to leave them. Nick's comment on this was that she was a happy woman to have such a go at Titian and Tintoret. As he spoke, and for some time afterwards, a sense of how he himself should enjoy a like go made him ache with ineffectual longing. He had forbidden himself at the present to think of absence, not only because it would be inconvenient and expensive, but because it would be a kind of retreat from the enemy, a concession to difficulty. The enemy was no particular person and no particular body of persons, not his mother, not Mr. Carteret, who, as he heard from the doctor at Beauclere, lingered on, sinking and sinking, till his vitality appeared to have the vertical depth of a gold mine, not his pacified constituents, who had found a healthy diversion in returning another Liberal, wholly without Mrs. Dallow's aid. She had not participated even to the extent of a responsive telegram in the election. Not his late colleagues in the House, nor the biting satirists of the newspapers, nor the brilliant women he took down at dinner parties. There was only one sense in which he ever took them down. Not, in short, his friends, his foes, his private thoughts, the periodical phantom of his shocked father. The enemy was simply the general awkwardness of his situation. This awkwardness was connected with the sense of responsibility so greatly deprecated by Gabriel Nash, Gabriel who had ceased to roam of late on purpose to miss as few scenes as possible of the drama, rapidly growing dull, alas, of his friend's destiny. But that compromising relation scarcely drew the soreness from it. The public flurry produced by his collapse had only been large enough to mark the flatness of our young man's position when it was over. To have had a few jokes cracked audibly at your expense wasn't an ordeal worth talking of. The hardest thing about it was merely that there had not been enough of them to yield a proportion of good ones. Nick had felt in fine the benefit of living in an age and in a society where number and pressure have, for the individual figure, especially when it's a zero, compensations almost equal to their cruelties. No, the pinch for his conscience, after a few weeks had passed, was simply an acute mistrust of the superficiality of performance into which the desire to justify himself might hurry him. That desire was passionate as regards Julia Dallow. It was ardent also as regards his mother, and to make it absolutely uncomfortable, it was complicated with the conviction that neither of them would know his justification even when she should see it. They probably couldn't know it if they would, and very certainly wouldn't if they could. He assured himself, however, that this limitation wouldn't matter. It was their affair. His own was simply to have the right sort of thing to show. The work he was now attempting wasn't the right sort of thing, though doubtless Julia, for instance, would dislike it almost as much as if it were. The two portraits of Miriam, after the first exhilaration of his finding himself at large, filled him with no private glee. They were not in the direction in which he wished, for the present really, to move. There were moments when he felt almost angry, though of course he held his tongue, when by the few persons who saw them they were pronounced wonderfully clever. That they were wonderfully clever was just the detestable thing in them. So active had that cleverness been in making them seem better than they were. There were people to whom he would have been ashamed to show them, and these were the people whom it would give him most pleasure some day to please. Not only had he many an hour of disgust at his actual work, but he thought he saw, as in an ugly revelation, that nature had cursed him with an odious facility and that the lesson of his life, the sternest and wholesomest, would be to keep out of the trap it had laid for him. He had fallen into this trap on the threshold and had only scrambled out with his honor. He had a talent for appearance, and that was the fatal thing. He had a damnable suppleness and a gift of immediate response, a readiness to oblige that made him seem to take up causes which he really left lying, enabled him to learn enough about them in an hour to have all the air of having converted them to his use. Many people used them, that was the only thing to be said, who had taken them in much less. He was, at all events, too clever by half, since this pernicious overflow had wrecked most of his attempts. He had assumed a virtue and enjoyed assuming it, and the assumption had cheated his father and his mother and his affianced wife and his rich benefactor and the candid burgesses of Harsh and the cynical reporters of the newspapers. His enthusiasms had been but young curiosity, his speeches had been young agility, his professions and adhesions had been like postage stamps without glue. The head was all right, but they wouldn't stick. He stood ready now to wring the neck of the irrepressible vice that certainly would tend to nothing so much as to get him into further trouble. His only real justification would be to turn patience, his own, of course, inside out. Yet if there should be a way to misread that recipe, his humbugging genius could be trusted infallibly to discover it. Cheap and easy results would dangle before him, little amateurish conspicuities at exhibitions helped by his history, putting it in his power to triumph with a quick "What do you say to that?" over those he had wounded. The fear of this danger was corrosive. It poisoned even lawful joys. If he should have a striking picture at the Academy next year, it wouldn't be a crime, yet he couldn't help suspecting any conditions that would enable him to be striking so soon. In this way he felt quite enough how Gabriel Nash had had him whenever railing at his fever for proof, and how inferior as a productive force the desire to win over the ill-disposed might be to the principle of quiet growth. Nash had a foreign manner of lifting up his finger and waving it before him, as if to put an end to everything whenever it became, in conversation or discussion, to any extent a question whether anyone would like anything. It was presumably, in some degree at least, a due respect for the principle of quiet growth that kept Nick on the spot at present, made him stick fast to Rosedale Road and Calcutta Gardens, and deny himself the simplifications of absence. Do what he would, he couldn't despoil himself of the impression that the disagreeable was somehow connected with the salutary, and the quiet with the disagreeable, when stubbornly borne. He resisted 100 impulses to run away to Paris or to Florence, coarse forms of the temptation to persuade himself by material motion that he was launched. He stayed in London because it seemed to him he was there more conscious of what he had undertaken, and he had a horror of shirking the consciousness. One element in it, indeed, was his noting how little convenience he could have found in a foreign journey, even had his judgment approved such a subterfuge. The stoppage of his supplies from Beauclere had now become an historic fact, with something of the majesty of its class about it. He had had time to see what a difference this would make in his life. His means were small, and he had several old debts, the number of which, as he believed, loomed large to his mother's imagination. He could never tell her she exaggerated, because he told her nothing of that sort in these days. They had no intimate talk, for an impenetrable partition, a tall bristling hedge of untrimmed misconceptions, had sprung up between them. Poor Biddy had made a hole in it through which she squeezed from side to side to keep up communications at the cost of many rents and scratches. But Lady Agnes walked straight and stiff, never turning her head, never stopping to pluck the least little daisy of consolation. It was in this manner she wished to signify that she had accepted her wrongs. She draped herself in them, as in a Roman mantle, and had never looked so proud and wasted and handsome as now that her eyes rested only on ruins. Nick was extremely sorry for her, though he marked as a dreadful want of grace her never setting a foot in Rosedale Road. She mentioned his studio no more than if it had been a private gambling house or something worse. Sorry, because he was well aware that for the hour everything must appear to her to have crumbled. The luxury of Broadwood would have to crumble. His mind was very clear about that. Biddy's prospects had withered to the finest, dreariest dust, and Biddy, indeed, taking a lesson from her brother's perversities, seemed little disposed to better a bad business. She professed the most peacemaking sentiments, but when it came really to doing something to brighten up the scene, she showed herself portentously corrupt. After Peter Sherringham's heartless flight, she had wantonly slighted an excellent opportunity to repair her misfortune. Lady Agnes had reason to infer, about the end of June, that young Mr. Grindon, the only son, the other children being girls, of an immensely rich industrial and political baronet in the north, was literally waiting for the faintest sign. This reason she promptly imparted to her younger daughter, whose intelligence had to take it in, but who had shown it no other consideration. Biddy had set her charming face as a stone. She would have nothing to do with signs, and she, practically speaking, wilfully, wickedly refused a magnificent offer, so that the young man carried his high expectations elsewhere. How much in earnest he had been was proved by the fact that before Goodwood had come and gone, he was captured by Lady Muriel Macpherson. It was superfluous to insist on the frantic determination to get married, written on such an accident as that. Nick knew of this episode only through Grace, and he deplored its having occurred in the midst of other disasters. He knew, or he suspected, something more as well, something about his brother Percival, which, should it come to light, no phase of their common history would be genial enough to gloss over. It had usually been supposed that Percy's store of comfort against the ills of life was confined to the infallibility of his rifle. He was not sensitive, and his use of that weapon represented a resource against which common visitations might have spent themselves. It had suddenly come to Nick's ears, however, that he cultivated a concurrent support in the person of a robust countrywoman housed in an ivied corner of Warwickshire, in whom he had long been interested, and whom, without any flourish of magnanimity, he had ended by making his wife. The situation of the latest born of the pledges of this affection, a blooming boy (there had been 2 or 3 previously), was therefore perfectly regular and of a nature to make a difference in the worldly position, as the phrase ran, of his moneyless uncle. If there be degrees in the absolute, and Percy had an heir, others moreover supposedly following, Nick would have to regard himself as still more moneyless than before. His brother's last step was doubtless, given the case, to be commended, but such discoveries were enlivening only when made in other families, and Lady Agnes would scarcely enjoy learning to what tune she had become a grandmother. Nick forbore from delicacy to intimate to Biddy that he thought it a pity she couldn't care for Mr. Grindon, but he had a private sense that if she had been capable of such a feat it would have lightened a little the weight he himself had to carry. He bore her a slight grudge, which lasted till Julia Dallow came back, when the circumstance of the girl's being summoned immediately down to Harsh created a diversion that was perhaps, after all, only fanciful. Biddy, as we know, entertained a theory which Nick had found occasion to combat, that Mrs. Dallow had not treated him perfectly well. Therefore, in going to Harsh the very first time that relative held out a hand to her so jealous a little sister must have recognized a special inducement. The inducement might have been that the relative had comfort for her, that she was acting by her cousin's direct advice, that they were still in close communion on the question of the offers Biddy was not to accept, that in short Peter's sister had taken upon herself to see that their young friend should remain free for the day of the fugitive's inevitable return. Once or twice, indeed, Nick wondered if Julia had herself been visited, in a larger sense, by the thought of retracing her steps, if she wished to draw out her young friend's opinion as to how she might do that gracefully. During the few days she was in town, Nick had seen her twice in Great Stanhope Street, but neither time alone. She had said to him on one of these occasions in her odd, explosive way, "I should have thought you'd have gone away somewhere. It must be such a bore." Of course she firmly believed he was staying for Miriam, which he really was not, and probably she had written this false impression off to Peter, who still more probably would prefer to regard it as just. Nick was staying for Miriam only in the sense that he should be very glad of the money he might receive for the portrait he was engaged in painting. That money would be a great convenience to him in spite of the obstructive ground Miriam had taken in pretending (she had blown half a gale about it) that he had had no right to dispose of such a production without her consent. His answer to this was simply that the purchaser was so little of a stranger that it didn't go, so to speak, out of the family, out of hers. It didn't matter, Miriam's retort, that if Mr. Sherringham had formerly been no stranger he was utterly one now, so that nothing would ever less delight him than to see her hated image on his wall. He would back out of the bargain and Nick be left with the picture on his hands. Nick jeered at this shallow theory, and when she came to sit the question served as well as another to sprinkle their familiar silences with chaff. He already knew something, as we have seen, of the conditions in which his distracted kinsman had left England, and this connected itself in casual meditation with some of the calculations imputable to Julia and to Biddy. There had naturally been a sequel to the queer behaviour perceptible in Peter at the theatre on the eve of his departure, a sequel lighted by a word of Miriam's in the course of her first sitting to Nick after her great night. Fancy, so this observation ran, fancy the dear man finding time in the press of all his last duties to ask me to marry him. "He told me you had found time in the press of all yours to say you would," Nick replied. And this was pretty much all that had passed on the subject between them, save, of course, her immediately making clear that Peter had grossly misinformed him. What had happened was that she had said she would do nothing of the sort. She professed a desire not to be confronted again with this obnoxious theme, and Nick easily fell in with it, quite from his own settled inclination not to handle that kind of subject with her. If Julia had false ideas about him, and if Peter had them too, his part of the business was to take the simplest course to establish the falsity. There were difficulties indeed attached even to the simplest course, but there would be a difficulty the less if one should forbear to meddle in promiscuous talk with the general suggestive topic of intimate unions. It is certain that in these days Nick cultivated the practice of forbearances for which he didn't receive, for which perhaps he never would receive, due credit. He had been convinced for some time that one of the next things he should hear would be that Julia Dallow had arranged to marry either Mr. Macgeorge or some other master of multitudes. He could think of that now, he found, think of it with resignation, even when Julia, before his eyes, looked so handsomely forgetful that her appearance had to be taken as referring still more to their original intimacy than to his comparatively superficial offense. What made this accomplishment of his own remarkable was that there was something else he thought of quite as much, the fact that he had only to see her again to feel by how great a charm she had in the old days taken possession of him. This charm operated apparently in a very direct, primitive way. Her presence diffused it and fully established it, but her absence left comparatively little of it behind. It dwelt in the very facts of her person. It was something she happened physically to be. Yet, considering that the question was of something very like loveliness, its envelope of associations, of memories and recurrences had no great destiny. She packed it up and took it away with her, quite as if she had been a woman who had come to sell a set of laces. The laces were as wonderful as ever when taken out of the box, but to admire again their rarity you had to send for the woman. What was above all remarkable for our young man was that Miriam Ruth fetched a fellow, vulgarly speaking, very much less than Julia, at the times when, being on the spot, Julia did fetch. He could paint Miriam day after day without any agitating blur of vision. In fact, the more he saw of her, the clearer grew the atmosphere through which she blazed, the more her richness became one with that of the flowering work. There are reciprocities and special sympathies in such a relation, mysterious affinities they used to be called, divinations of private congruity. Nick had an unexpressed conviction that if, according to his defeated desire, he had embarked with Mrs. Dallow in this particular quest of a great prize, disaster would have overtaken them on the deep waters. Even with the limited risk, indeed, disaster had come, but it was of a different kind, and it had the advantage for him that now she couldn't reproach and denounce him as the cause of it, couldn't do so at least on any ground he was obliged to recognize. She would never know how much he had cared for her, how much he cared for her still, inasmuch as the conclusive proof for himself was his conscious reluctance to care for another woman, evidence she positively misread. Some day he would doubtless try to do that, but such a day seemed as yet far off, and he had meanwhile no spite, no vindictive impulse to help him. The soreness that mingled with his liberation, the sense of indignity even, as of a full cup suddenly dashed by a blundering hand from his lips, demanded certainly a balm, but it found the balm for the time in another passion, not in a rancorous exercise of the same, a passion strong enough to make him forget what a pity it was he was not so formed as to care for two women at once. As soon as Julia returned to England, he broke ground to his mother on the subject of her making the mistress of Broadwood understand that she and the girls now regarded their occupancy of that estate as absolutely over. He had already several weeks before picked a little at the arid tract of that indicated surrender, but in the interval the soil appeared to have formed again to a considerable thickness. It was disagreeable to him to call his parents' attention to the becoming course, and especially disagreeable to have to emphasize it and discuss it and perhaps clamor for it. He would have liked the whole business to be tacit, a little triumph of silent delicacy, but he found reasons to suspect that what in fact would be most tacit was Julia's certain endurance of any chance failure of that charm. Lady Agnes had a theory that they had virtually, practically, as she said, given up the place, so that there was no need of making a splash about it. But Nick discovered in the course of an exploration of Biddy's view, more rigorous perhaps than any to which he had ever subjected her, that none of their property had been removed from the delightful house, none of the things, there were ever so many things, heavily planted there when their mother took possession. Lady Agnes was the proprietor of innumerable articles of furniture, relics, and survivals of her former greatness, and moved about the world with a train of heterogeneous baggage, so that her quiet overflow into the spaciousness of Broadwood had had all the luxury of a final subsidence. What Nick had to propose to her now was a dreadful combination, a relapse into the conditions she most hated: seaside lodgings, bald storehouses in the Marylebone Road, little London rooms crammed with objects that caught the dirt and made them stuffy. He was afraid he should really finish her, and he himself was surprised in a degree at his insistence. He wouldn't have supposed he should have cared so much, but he found he did care intensely. He cared enough, it says everything, to explain to his mother that her retention of Broadwood would show practically, since that was her great word, for the violation of an agreement. Julia had given them the place on the understanding that he was to marry her, and once he was definitely not to marry her, they had no right to keep the place. "Yes, you make the mess, and we pay the penalty," the poor lady flashed out. But this was the only overt protest she made, except indeed to contend that their withdrawal would be an act ungracious and offensive to Julia. She looked as she had looked during the months that succeeded his father's death, but she gave a final grim assent to the proposition that, let their kinswoman take it as she would, their own duty was unmistakably clear. It was Grace who was principal representative of the idea that Julia would be outraged by such a step. She never ceased to repeat that she had never heard of anything so nasty. Nick would have expected this of Grace, but he felt rather bereft and betrayed when Biddy murmured to him that she knew that there was really no need of their sacrificing their mother's comfort to an extravagant scruple. She intimated that if Nick would only consent to their going on with Broadwood as if nothing had happened, or rather as if everything had happened, she would answer for the feelings of the owner. For almost the first time in his life Nick disliked what Biddy said to him, and he gave her a sharp rejoinder, a taste of the general opinion that they all had enough to do to answer for themselves. He remembered afterwards the way she looked at him, startled, even frightened, and with rising tears, before turning away. He held that they should judge better how Julia would take it after they had thrown up the place, and he had made it his duty to arrange that his mother should formally advise her by letter of their intending to depart at once. Julia could then protest to her heart's content. Nick was aware that for the most part he didn't pass for practical. He could imagine why, from his early years, people should have joked him about it. But this time he was determined to rest on a rigid view of things as they were. He didn't see his mother's letter, but he knew that it went. He felt she would have been more loyal if she had shown it to him, though of course there could be but little question of loyalty now. That it had really been written, however, very much on the lines he dictated was clear to him from the subsequent surprise which Lady Agnes's blankness didn't prevent his divining. Julia acknowledged the offered news, but in unexpected terms. She had apparently neither resisted nor protested. She had simply been very glad to get her house back again, and had not accused any of them of nastiness. Nick saw no more of her letter than he had seen of his mother's, but he was able to say to Grace, to their parent he was studiously mute, "My poor child, you see after all that we haven't kicked up such a row." Grace shook her head and looked gloomy and deeply wise, replying that he had no cause to triumph. They were so far from having seen the end of it yet. Thus he guessed that his mother had complied with his wish on the calculation that it would be a mere form, that Julia would entreat them not to be so fantastic, and that he himself would then, in the presence of her wounded surprise, consent to a quiet continuance, so much in the interest, the air of Broadwood had a purity, of the health of all of them. But since Julia jumped at their sacrifice, he had no chance to be mollified. He had all grossly to persist in having been right. At bottom, probably, he was a little surprised at Julia's so prompt assent. Literally speaking, it was not perfectly graceful. He was sorry his mother had been so deceived, but was sorrier still for Biddy's mistake. It showed she might be mistaken about other things. Nothing was left now but for Lady Agnes to say, as she did substantially whenever she saw him, we're to prepare to spend the autumn at Worthing then, or some other horrible place. I don't know their names. It's the only thing we can afford. There was an implication in this that if he expected her to drag her girls about to country houses in a continuance of the fidgety effort to work them off, he must understand at once that she was now too weary and too sad and too sick. She had done her best for them, and it had all been vain and cruel. Now, therefore, the poor creatures must look out for themselves. To the grossness of Biddy's misconduct she needn't refer, nor to the golden opportunity that young woman had forfeited by her odious treatment of Mr. Grindon. It was clear that this time Lady Agnes was incurably discouraged, so much so as to fail to glean the dimmest light from the fact that the girl was really making a long stay at Harsh. Biddy went to and fro 2 or 3 times, and then in August fairly settled there, and what her mother mainly saw in her absence was the desire to keep out of the way of household reminders of her depravity. In fact, as turned out, Lady Agnes and Grace gathered themselves together in the first days of that month for another visit to the very old lady who had been Sir Nicholas's godmother, after which they went somewhere else, so that the question of Worthing had not immediately to be faced. Nick stayed on in London with the obsession of work humming in his ears. He was joyfully conscious that for 3 or 4 months in the empty Babylon he would have ample stores of time. But toward the end of August he got a letter from Grace in which she spoke of her situation and of her mother's in a manner that seemed to impose on him the doing of something tactful. They were paying a 3rd visit. He knew that in Calcutta Gardens ladies' maids had been to and fro with boxes, replenishments of wardrobes, and yet somehow the outlook for the autumn was dark. Grace didn't say it in so many words, but what he read between the lines was that they had no more invitations. What, therefore, in pity's name, was to become of them? People liked them well enough when Biddy was with them, but they didn't care for her mother and her, that prospect tout pour, and Biddy was cooped up indefinitely with Julia. This was not the manner in which Grace had anciently alluded to her sister's happy visits at Harsh, and the change of tone made Nick wince with a sense of all that had collapsed. Biddy was a little fish worth landing, in short, scantly as she seemed disposed to bite, and Grace's rude probity could admit that she herself was not. Nick had an inspiration. By way of doing something tactful, he went down to Brighton and took lodgings for several weeks in the general interest, the very quietest and sunniest he could find. This he intended as a kindly surprise, a reminder of how he had his mother's and sister's comfort at heart, how he could exert himself and save them trouble. But he no sooner concluded his bargain, it was a more costly one than he had at first calculated, than he was bewildered and befogged to learn that the persons on whose behalf he had so exerted himself were to pass the autumn at Broadwood with Julia. That daughter of privilege had taken the place into familiar use again, and was now correcting their former surprise at her crude indifference. This was infinitely characteristic of Julia, by inviting them to share it with her. Nick wondered vaguely what she was up to, but when his mother treated herself to the line irony of addressing him an elaborately humble request for his consent to their accepting the merciful refuge, she repeated this expression 3 times. He replied that she might do exactly as she liked. He would only mention that he shouldn't feel himself at liberty to come and see her there. This condition proved apparently to Lady Agnes's mind no hindrance, and she and her daughters were presently reinstated in the very apartments they had learned so to love. This time, in fact, it was even better than before. They had still fewer expenses. The expenses were Nick's. he had to pay a forfeit to the landlady at Brighton for backing out of his contract. He said nothing to his mother about that bungled business. He was literally afraid. But a sad event just then reminded him afresh how little it was the moment for squandering money. Mr. Carteret drew his last breath. Quite painlessly, it seemed, as the closing scene was described at Beauclere when the young man went down to the funeral. 2 or 3 weeks later, the contents of his will were made public in the Illustrated London News, where it definitely appeared that he left a very large fortune, not a penny of which was to go to Nick. The provision for Mr. Chayter's declining years was remarkably handsome. End of chapter 47. Chapter 48 of the Tragic Muse. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Tragic Muse by Henry James, Chapter 48. Miriam had mounted at a bound in her new part several steps in the ladder of fame, and at the climax of the London season this fact was brought home to her from hour to hour. It produced 1,000 solicitations and entanglements, and she rapidly learned that to be celebrated takes up almost as much of one's own time as of other people's. Even though, as she boasted, she had reduced to a science the practice of working her mother, she made use of the good lady socially to the utmost, pushing her perpetually into the breach. There was many a juncture at which it was clear that she couldn't too much disoblige without hurting her cause. She made almost an income out of the photographers. Their appreciation of her as a subject knew no bounds, and she supplied the newspapers with columns of characteristic copy. To the gentlemen who sought speech of her on behalf of these organs she poured forth vindictively floods of unscrupulous romance. She told them all different tales, and as her mother told them others more marvelous yet, publicity was cleverly caught by rival versions which surpassed each other in authenticity. The whole case was remarkable, was unique, for if the girl was advertised by the bewilderment of her readers, she seemed to every skeptic on his going to see her as fine as if he had discovered her for himself. She was still accommodating enough, however, from time to time, to find an hour to come and sit to Nick Dormer, and he helped himself further by going to her theatre whenever he could. He was conscious Julia Dallow would probably hear of this and triumph with a fresh sense of how right she had been, but the reflection only made him sigh resignedly. So true it struck him as being that there are some things explanation can never better, can never touch. Miriam brought Basil Dashwood once to see her portrait, and Basil, who commended it in general, directed his criticism mainly to 2 points: its not yet being finished and its not having gone into that year's Academy. The young actor audibly panted. He felt the short breath of Miriam's rapidity, the quick beat of her success, and looking at everything now from the standpoint of that speculation, could scarcely contain his impatience at the painter's clumsy slowness. He thought the latter's second attempt much better than his first, but somehow it ought by that time to be shining in the eye of the public. He put it to their friend with an air of acuteness. He had those felicities that in every great crisis there is nothing like striking while the iron is hot. He even betrayed the conviction that by putting on a spurt Nick might wind up the job and still get the Academy people to take him in. Basil knew some of them. He all but offered to speak to them. The case was so exceptional he had no doubt he could get something done. Against the appropriation of the work by Peter Sherringham he explicitly and loudly protested, in spite of the homeliest recommendations of silence from Miriam. And it was indeed easy to guess how such an arrangement would interfere with his own conception of the eventual right place for the 2 portraits, the vestibule of the theatre, where every one going in and out would see them suspended face to face and surrounded by photographs artistically disposed of the young actress in a variety of characters. Dashwood showed superiority in his jump to the contention that, so exhibited, the pictures would really help to draw. Considering the virtue he attributed to Miriam, the idea was exempt from narrow prejudice. Moreover, though a trifle feverish, he was really genial. He repeated more than once, "Yes, my dear sir, you've done it this time." This was a favourite formula with him. When some allusion was made to the girl's success, he greeted it also with a comfortable, "This time she has done it." There was ever a hint of fine judgment and far calculation in his tone. It appeared before he went that this time even he himself had done it. He had taken up something that would really answer. He told Nick more about Miriam, more certainly about her outlook at that moment, than she herself had communicated, contributing strongly to our young man's impression that one by one every gauge of a great career was being dropped into her cup. Nick himself tasted of success vicariously for the hour. Miriam let her comrade talk only to contradict him, and contradicted him only to show how indifferently she could do it. She treated him as if she had nothing more to learn about his folly, but as if it had taken intimate friendship to reveal to her the full extent of it. Nick didn't mind her intimate friendships, but he ended by disliking Dashwood, who gave on his nerves, a circumstance poor Julia, had it come to her knowledge, would doubtless have found deplorably significant. Miriam was more pleased with herself than ever. She now made no scruple of admitting that she enjoyed all her advantages. She had a fuller vision of how successful success could be. She took everything as it came, dined out every Sunday, and even went into the country till the Monday morning, kept 100 distinguished names on her lips, and abounded in strange tales of the people who were making up to her. She struck Nick as less strenuous than she had been hitherto, as making even an aggressive show of inevitable laxities. But he was conscious of no obligation to rebuke her for it, the less as he had a dim vision that some effect of that sort, some irritation of his curiosity, was what she desired to produce. She would perhaps have liked, for reasons best known to herself, to look as if she were throwing herself away, not being able to do anything else. He couldn't talk to her as if he took a deep interest in her career, because in fact he didn't. She remained to him primarily and essentially a pictorial object, with the nature of whose vicissitudes he was concerned, putting common charity and his personal good nature of course aside, only so far as they had something to say in her face. How could he know in advance what turn of her experience, twist of her life, would say most? So possible was it even that complete failure or some incalculable perversion, innumerable were the queer traps that might be set for her, would only make her, for his particular purpose, more precious. When she had left him, at any rate, the day she came with Basil Dashwood, and still more on a later occasion, that of his turning back to his work after putting her into her carriage, and otherwise bareheadedly manifesting the last time for that year apparently that he was to see her, when she had left it, it occurred to him, in the light of her quick distinction, that there were deep differences in the famous artistic life. Miriam was already in a glow of glory, which, moreover, was probably but a faint spark in relation to the blaze to come, and as he closed the door on her and took up his palette to rub it with a dirty cloth, the little room in which his own battle was practically to be fought looked woefully cold and grey and mean. It was lonely, and yet at the same time was peopled with unfriendly shadows, so thick he foresaw them gather in winter twilights to come, the duller conditions, the longer patiences, the less immediate and less personal joys. His late beginning was there, and his wasted youth, the mistakes that would still bring forth children after their image, the sedentary solitude, the grey mediocrity, the poor explanations, the effective foolishness he dreaded even from afar of in having to ask people to wait, and wait longer, and wait again, for a fruition which to their sense at least might well prove a grotesque anticlimax. He yearned enough over it, however it should figure, to feel that this possible pertinacity might enter into comparison even with such a productive force as Miriam's. That was, after all, in his bare studio, the most collective dim presence, the one that kept him company best as he sat there, and that made it the right place, however wrong, the sense that it was to the thing in itself he was attached. This was Miriam's case too, but the sharp contrast which she showed him, she also felt, was in the number of other things she got with the thing in itself. I hasten to add that our young man had hours when this last mystic value struck him as requiring for its full operation no adjunct whatever, as being in its own splendor a summary of all adjuncts and apologies. I have related that the great collections, the National Gallery and the Museum, were sometimes rather a series of dead surfaces to him, but the sketch I have attempted of him will have been inadequate if it fails to suggest that there were other days when, as he strolled through them, he plucked right and left perfect nosegays of reassurance. Bent as he was on working in the modern, which spoke to him with 1,000 voices, he judged it better for long periods not to haunt the earlier masters, whose conditions had been so different. Later he came to see that it didn't matter much, especially if one kept away. But he was liable to accidental deflections from this theory, liable in particular to feel the sanctity of the great portraits of the past. These were the things the most inspiring, in the sense that while generations, while worlds had come and gone, they seemed far most to prevail and survive and testify. As he stood before them, the perfection of their survival often struck him as the supreme eloquence, the virtue that include all others, thanks to the language of art, the richest and most universal. Empires and systems and conquests had rolled over the globe, and every kind of greatness had risen and passed away, but the beauty of the great pictures had known nothing of death or change, and the tragic centuries had only sweetened their freshness. The same faces, the same figures looked out at different worlds, knowing so many secrets the particular world didn't. And when they joined hands they made the indestructible thread on which the pearls of history were strung. Miriam notified her artist that her theatre was to close on the 10th of August, immediately after which she was to start with the company on a tremendous tour of the provinces. They were to make a lot of money, but they were to have no holiday, and she didn't want one. She only wanted to keep at it and make the most of her limited opportunities for practice, inasmuch as, at that rate, playing but 2 parts a year, and such parts, she despised them. She shouldn't have mastered the rudiments of her trade before decrepitude would compel her to lay it by. The first time she came to the studio after her visit with Dashwood, she sprang up abruptly at the end of half an hour, saying she could sit no more. She had had enough and to spare of it. She was visibly restless and preoccupied, and though Nick had not waited till now to note that she had more moods in her list than he had tints on his palette, he had never yet seen her sensibility at this particular pitch. It struck him rather as a waste of passion, but he was ready to let her go. She looked round the place as if suddenly tired of it, and then said mechanically, in a heartless London way, while she smoothed down her gloves, "So you're just going to stay on?" After he had confessed that this was his dark purpose, she continued in the same casual, talk-making manner, "I dare say it's the best thing for you. You're just going to grind, eh?" "I see before me an eternity of grinding." "All alone by yourself in this dull little hole? You will be conscientious, you will be virtuous." "Oh, my solitude will be mitigated. I shall have models and people." "What people? What models?" Miriam asked as she arranged her hat before the glass. "Well, no one so good as you." "That's a prospect," the girl laughed, "for all the good you've got out of me." "You're no judge of that quantity," said Nick, "and even I can't measure it just yet. Have I been rather a bore and a brute? I can easily believe it. I haven't talked to you, I haven't amused you as I might. The truth is that taking people's likenesses is a very absorbing, inhuman occupation. You can't do much to them besides." "Yes, it's a cruel honour to pay them." "Cruel? That's too much," he objected. I mean, it's one you shouldn't confer on those you like, for when it's over, it's over. It kills your interest in them. After you've finished them, you don't like them any more at all. Surely I like you, Nick returned, sitting tilted back before his picture with his hands in his pockets. We've done very well. It's something not to have quarreled, and she smiled at him now, seeing more in it. I wouldn't have had you slight your work. I wouldn't have had you do it badly. But there's no fear of that for you, she went on. You're the real thing and the rare bird. I haven't lived with you this way without seeing that. You're the sincere artist so much more than I. No, no, don't protest, she added with one of her sudden fine transitions to a deeper tone. You will do things that will hand on your name when my screeching is happily over. Only you do seem to me, I confess, rather high and dry here. I speak from the point of view of your comfort and of my personal interest in you. You strike me as kind of lonely, as the Americans say, rather cut off and isolated in your grandeur. Haven't you any confrères, fellow artists, and people of that sort? Don't they come near you? I don't know them much, Nick humbly confessed. I've always been afraid of them. And how can they take me seriously? Well, I've got confrères, and sometimes I wish I hadn't. But does your sister never come near you any more? She asked, or is it only the fear of meeting me? He was aware of his mother's theory that Biddy was constantly bundled home from Rosedale Road at the approach of improper persons. She was as angry at this as if she wouldn't have been more so had her child suffered exposure. But the explanation he gave his present visitor was nearer the truth. He reminded her that he had already told her he had been careful to do this so as not to let it appear she was avoided, that his sister was now most of the time in the country, staying with an hospitable relation. Oh yes, the girl rejoined to this, with Mr. Sherringham's sister, Mrs. What's-her-name. I always forget. And when he had pronounced the word with a reluctance he doubtless failed sufficiently to conceal, he hated to talk of Julia by any name and didn't know what business Miriam had with her. She went on, that's the one, the beauty, the wonderful beauty. I shall never forget how handsome she looked the day she found me here. I don't in the least resemble her, but I should like to have a try at that type some day in a comedy of manners. But who the devil will write me a comedy of manners? There it is. The danger would be no doubt that I should push her à la charge. Nick listened to these remarks in silence, saying to himself that if she should have the bad taste, which she seemed trembling on the brink of, to make an allusion to what had passed between the lady in question and himself, he should dislike her beyond remedy. It would show him she was a coarse creature after all. Her good genius interposed, however, as against this hard penalty, and she quickly, for the moment at least, whisked away from the topic, demanding, since they spoke of comrades and visitors, what had become of Gabriel Nash, whom she hadn't heard of for so many days. I think he's tired of me, said Nick. He hasn't been near me either. But after all, it's natural. He has seen me through. Seen you through? Do you mean, she laughed, seen through you? Why, you've only just begun. Precisely. And at bottom he doesn't like to see me begin. He's afraid I shall do something. She wondered, as with the interest of that. Do you mean he's jealous? Not in the least, for from the moment one does anything one ceases to compete with him. It leaves him the field more clear, but that's just the discomfort for him. He feels, as you said just now, kind of lonely. He feels rather abandoned, and even, I think, a little betrayed. So far from being jealous, he yearns for me and regrets me. The only thing he really takes seriously is to speculate and understand, to talk about the reasons and the essence of things. The people who do that are the highest. The applications, the consequences, the vulgar little effects belong to a lower plane, for which one must doubtless be tolerant and indulgent, but which is, after all, an affair of comparative accidents and trifles. Indeed, he'll probably tell me frankly the next time I see him that he can't but feel that to come down to small questions of action, to the small prudences and compromises and simplifications of practice, is for the superior person really a fatal descent. One may be inoffensive and even commendable after it, but one can scarcely pretend to be interesting. Il en faut comme ça, but one doesn't haunt them. He'll do his best for me, he'll come back again, but he'll come back sad, and finally he'll fade away altogether. He'll go off to Granada or somewhere." "The simplifications of practice!" cried Miriam. "Why, they're just precisely the most blessed things on earth. What should we do without them?" "What indeed?" Nick echoed. "But if we need them it's because we're not superior persons. We're awful Philistines." "I'll be one with you," the girl smiled. "Poor Nash isn't worth talking about. What was it but a small question of action when he preached to you, as I know he did, to give up your seat?" "Yes, he has a weakness for giving up. He'll go with you as far as that. But I'm not giving up any more, you see. I'm pegging away. And that's gross." "He's an idiot. N'en parlons plus," she dropped, gathering up her parasol, but lingering. "Ah, I stick to him," Nick said. "He helped me at a difficult time." "You ought to be ashamed to confess it." "Oh, you are a Philistine," Nick returned. "Certainly I am," she declared, going toward the door. "If it makes me one to be sorry, awfully sorry, and even rather angry, that I haven't before me a period of the same sort of unsociable pegging away that you have. For want of it I shall never really be good. However, if you don't tell people I've said so they'll never know. Your conditions are far better than mine and far more respectable. You can do as many things as you like in patient obscurity, while I'm pitchforked into the mêlée and into the most improbable fame, all on the back of a solitary cheval de bataille, a poor broken-winded screw. I read it clear that I shall be condemned for the greater part of the rest of my days. Do you see that? To play the stuff I'm acting now. I'm studying Juliet, and I want awfully to do her, but really I'm mortally afraid lest, making a success of her, I should find myself in such a box. Perhaps the brutes would want Juliet forever, instead of my present part. You see amid what delightful alternatives one moves. What I long for most I never shall have had. 5 quiet years of hard, all-round work in a perfect company, with a manager more perfect still, playing 500 things and never being heard of at all. I may be too particular, but that's what I should have liked. I think I'm disgusting with my successful crudities. It's discouraging. It makes one not care much what happens. What's the use, in such an age, of being good?" "Good? Your haughty claim," Nick laughed, "is that you're bad." "I mean good, you know. There are other ways. Don't be stupid." And Miriam tapped him. He was near her at the door with her parasol. "I scarcely know what to say to you," he logically pleaded, "for certainly it's your fault if you get on so fast." "I'm too clever. I'm a humbug." "That's the way I used to be," said Nick. She rested her brave eyes on him, then turned them over the room slowly, after which she attached them again, kindly, musingly, rather as if he had been a fine view or an interesting object, to his face. Ah, the pride of that, the sense of purification! He used to be, forsooth, poor me. Of course you'll say, look at the sort of thing I've undertaken to produce, compared with the rot you have. So it's all right. Become great in the proper way and don't expose me." She glanced back once more at the studio as if to leave it forever, and gave another last look at the unfinished canvas on the easel. She shook her head sadly. "Poor Mr. Sherringham with that!" she wailed. "Oh, I'll finish it. It will be very decent," Nick said. "Finish it by yourself?" "Not necessarily." "You'll come back and sit when you return to London?" "Never, never, never again." He wondered. "Why, you've made me the most profuse offers and promises." "Yes, but they were made in ignorance, and I've backed out of them. I'm capricious too, faites la part de ça. I see it wouldn't do. I didn't know it then. We're too far apart. I am, as you say, a Philistine." And as he protested with vehemence against this unscrupulous bad faith, she added, "You'll find other models. Paint Gabriel Nash." "Gabriel Nash as a substitute for you?" "It will be a good way to get rid of him. Paint Mrs. Dallow too," Miriam went on as she passed out of the door he had opened for her. "Paint Mrs. Dallow if you wish to eradicate the last possibility of a throb." It was strange that, since only a moment before he had been in a state of mind to which the superfluity of this reference would have been the clearest thing about it. He should now have been moved to receive it quickly, naturally, irreflectively. Receive it with the question, "The last possibility? Do you mean in her or in me?" "Oh, in you. I don't know anything about her." "But that wouldn't be the effect," he argued, with the same supervening candour. "I believe that if she were to sit to me the usual law would be reversed." "The usual law?" "Which you cited a while since, and of which I recognize the general truth. In the case you speak of," he said, "I should probably make a shocking picture." "And fall in love with her again." "Then for God's sake risk the daub." Miriam laughed out as she floated away to her Victoria. End of chapter 48. Chapter 49 of the Tragic Muse. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Tragic Muse by Henry James, Chapter 49. She had guessed happily in saying to him that to offer to paint Gabriel Nash would be the way to get rid of that visitant. It was with no such invidious purpose indeed that our young man proposed to his intermittent friend to sit. Rather, as August was dusty in the London streets, he had too little hope that Nash would remain in town at such a time to oblige him. Nick had no wish to get rid of his private philosopher. He liked his philosophy, and though of course premeditated paradox was the light to read him by, he yet had frequently and incidentally an inspired unexpectedness. He remained in Rosedale Road the man who most produced by his presence the effect of company. All the other men of Nick's acquaintance, all his political friends, represented, often very communicatively, their own affairs alone, which, when they did it well, was the most their host could ask of them. But Nash had the rare distinction that he seemed somehow to figure his affairs, the said host's, and to show an interest in them, unaffected by the ordinary social limitations of capacity. This relegated him to the class of high luxuries, and Nick was well aware that we hold our luxuries by a fitful and precarious tenure. If a friend without personal eagerness was one of the greatest of these, it would be evident to the simplest mind that by the law of distribution of earthly boons, such a convenience should be expected to forfeit in duration what it displayed in intensity. He had never been without a suspicion that Nash was too good to last, though for that matter nothing had yet confirmed a vague apprehension that his particular manner of breaking up or breaking down would be by his wishing to put so fresh a recruit in relation with other disciples. That would practically amount to a catastrophe, Nick felt, for it was odd that one could both have a great kindness for him and not in the least, when it came to the point, yearn for a view of his personal extensions. His originality had always been that he appeared to have none, and if in the first instance he had introduced his bright young political prodigy to Miriam and her mother, that was an exception for which Peter Sherringham's interference had been mainly responsible. All the same, however, it was some time before Nick ceased to view it as perhaps on the awkward books that, to complete his education as it were, Gabriel would wish him to converse a little with spirits formed by a like tonic discipline. Nick had an instinct in which there was no consciousness of detriment to Nash, that the pupils, possibly even the imitators of such a genius, would be, as he mentally phrased it, something awful. He could be sure, even Gabriel himself could be sure, of his own reservations, but how could either of them be sure of those of others? Imitation is a fortunate homage, only in proportion as it rests on measurements, and there was an indefinable something in Nash's doctrine that would have been discredited by exaggeration or by zeal. Providence happily appeared to have spared it this ordeal, so that Nick had after months still to remind himself how his friend had never pressed on his attention the least little group of fellow mystics, never offered to produce them for his edification. It scarcely mattered now that he was just the man to whom the superficial would attribute that sort of tale. It would probably have been hard, for example, to persuade Lady Agnes or Julia Dallow or Peter Sherringham that he was not most at home in some dusky, untidy, dimly imagined suburb of culture, a region peopled by unpleasant phrasemongers who thought him a gentleman, and who had no human use but to be held up in the comic press, which was, moreover, probably restrained by decorum from touching upon the worst of their aberrations. Nick, at any rate, never ran his academy to earth, nor so much as skirted the suburb in question, never caught from the impenetrable background of his life the least reverberation of flitting or of flirting, the fainting aesthetic ululation. There had been moments when he was even moved to anxiety by the silence that poor Gabriel's own faculty of sound made all about him, when at least it reduced to plainer elements the mere bald terms of lonely singleness and thrift of the lean philosophic life, the mystery he could never wholly dissociate from him, the air as of the transient and occasional, the likeness to curling vapor or murmuring wind or shifting light. It was, for instance, a symbol of this unclassified state, the lack of all position as a name in cited lists, that Nick in point of fact had no idea where he lived, would not have known how to go and see him or send him a doctor if he had heard he was ill. He had never walked with him to any door of Gabriel's own, even to pause at the threshold, though indeed Nash had a club, the Anonymous, in some improbable square of which he might be suspected of being the only member. One had never heard of another, where it was vaguely understood letters would some day or other find him. Fortunately he pressed with no sharpness the spring of pity. His whole form was so easy a grasp of the helm of consciousness which he would never let go. He would never consent to any deformity, but would steer his course straight through the eventual narrow pass and simply go down over the horizon. He, in any case, turned up Rosedale Road one day after Miriam had left London. He had just come back from a fortnight in Brittany, where he had drawn refreshment from the tragic sweetness of everything. He was on his way somewhere else, was going abroad for the autumn, but was not particular what he did, professing that he had come back just to get Nick utterly off his mind. It's very nice, yes, I see, he remarked, giving a little general assenting sigh as his eyes wandered over the simple scene, a sigh which for a suspicious ear would have testified to an insidious reaction. Nick's ear, as we know, was already suspicious, a fact accounting for the expectant smile. It indicated the pleasant apprehension of a theory confirmed, with which he returned, "Do you mean my pictures are nice?" Yes, your pictures and the whole thing." "The whole thing?" "Your existence in this little remote independent corner of the great city, the disinterestedness of your attitude, the persistence of your effort, the piety, the beauty, in short, the edification of the whole spectacle." Nick laughed a little ruefully. "How near to having had enough of me you must be when you speak of me as edifying." Nash changed colour slightly at this. It was the first time in his friend's remembrance that he had given a sign of embarrassment. "Vous allez me lâcher. I see it coming. And who can blame you? For I've ceased to be in the least spectacular. I had my little hour. It was a great deal, for some people don't even have that. I've given you your curious case, and I've been generous. I made the drama last for you as long as I could. You'll slope, my dear fellow, you'll quietly slope, and it will be all right and inevitable, though I shall miss you greatly at first. Who knows whether without you I shouldn't still have been representing Harsh, heaven help me. You rescued me, you converted me from a representative into an example. That's a shade better. But don't I know where you must be when you're reduced to praising my piety?" "Don't turn me away," said Nash plaintively. "Give me a cigarette." "I shall never dream of turning you away. I shall cherish you till the latest possible hour. I'm only trying to keep myself in tune with the logic of things. The proof of how I cling is that precisely I want you to sit to me." "To sit to you?" with which Nick could fancy his visitor a little blank. "Certainly, for after all it isn't much to ask. Here we are, and the hour's peculiarly propitious. Long light days with no one coming near me, so that I've plenty of time. I had a hope I should have some orders. My younger sister, whom you know, and who's a great optimist, plied me with that vision. In fact, we invented together a charming little sordid theory that there might be rather a run on me from the chatter, such as it was, produced by my taking up this line. My sister struck out the idea that a good many of the pretty ladies would think me interesting and would want to be done. Perhaps they do, but they've controlled themselves, for I can't say the run has commenced. They haven't even come to look, but I dare say they don't yet quite take it in. Of course it's a bad time, with everyone out of town, though you know they might send for me to come and do them at home. Perhaps they will when they settle down. A portrait tour of a dozen country houses for the autumn and winter. What do you say to that for the ardent life? I know I excruciate you, Nick added, but don't you see how it's in my interest to try how much you'll still stand? Gabriel puffed his cigarette with a serenity so perfect that it might have been assumed to falsify these words. Mrs. Dallow will send for you. Vous allez voir ça, he said in a moment, brushing aside all vagueness. She'll send for me? To paint her a portrait. She'll recapture you on that basis. She'll get you down to one of the country houses, and it will all go off as charmingly, with sketching in the morning on days you can't hunt, and anything you like in the afternoon, and 15 courses in the evening. There'll be bishops and ambassadors staying, as if you were a well-known, awfully clever amateur. Take care, for fickle as you may think me, I can read the future. Don't imagine you've come to the end of me yet. Mrs. Dallow and your sister, of both of whom I speak with the greatest respect, are capable of hatching together the most conscientious, delightful plan for you. Your differences with the beautiful lady will be patched up, and you will each come round a little and meet the other halfway. The beautiful lady will swallow your profession if you will swallow hers. She'll put up with the palette if you'll put up with the country house. It will be a very unusual one in which you won't find a good north room where you can paint. You'll go about with her and do all her friends, all the bishops and ambassadors, and you'll eat your cake and have it, and every one, beginning with your wife, will forget there's anything queer about you, and everything will be for the best in the best of worlds, so that together, you and she, you'll become a great social institution, and every one will think she has a delightful husband, to say nothing, of course, of your having a delightful wife. Ah, my dear fellow, you turn pale, and with reason. Nash went lucidly on. That's to pay you for having tried to make me let you have it. You have it then there. I may be a bore. The emphasis of this, though a mere shade, testified to the first personal resentment Nick had ever heard his visitor express. I may be a bore, but once in a while I strike a light. I make things out. Then I venture to repeat, take care, take care. If, as I say, I respect ces dames infinitely, it's because they will be acting according to the highest wisdom of their sex. That's the sort of thing women do for a man, the sort of thing they invent when they're exceptionally good and clever. When they're not, they don't do so well. But it's not for want of trying. There's only one thing in the world better than their incomparable charm. It's their abysmal conscience. Deep calleth unto deep. The one's indeed a part of the other. And when they club together, when they earnestly consider, as in the case we're supposing, Nash continued, then the whole thing takes a lift. For it's no longer the virtue of the individual, it's that of the wondrous sex. You're so remarkable that more than ever I must paint you, Nick returned, though I'm so agitated by your prophetic words that my hand trembles, and I shall doubtless scarcely be able to hold my brush. Look how I rattle my easel, trying to put it into position. I see it all there just as you show it. Yes, it will be a droll day, and more modern than anything yet, when the conscience of women makes out good reasons for men's not being in love with them. You talk of their goodness and cleverness, and it's certainly much to the point. I don't know what else they themselves might do with those graces, but I don't see what man can do with them but be fond of them where he finds them. Oh, you'll do it, cried Nash, brightly jubilant. What is it I shall do? Exactly what I just said. If not next year, then the year after, or the year after that. You'll go halfway to meet her, and she'll drag you about and pass you off. You'll paint the bishops and become a social institution. That is, you'll do it if you don't take great care. I shall, no doubt, and that's why I cling to you. You must still look after me, Nick went on. Don't melt away into a mere improbable reminiscence, a delightful symbolic fable. Don't, if you can possibly help it. The trouble is, you see, that you can't really keep hold very tight, because at bottom it will amuse you much more to see me in another pickle than to find me simply jogging down the vista of the years on the straight course. Let me at any rate have some sort of sketch of you as a kind of feather from the angel's wing, or a photograph of the ghost, to prove to me in the future that you were once a solid sociable fact, that I didn't invent you, didn't launch you as a deadly hoax. Of course I shall be able to say to myself that you can't have been a fable, otherwise you'd have a moral. But that won't be enough, because I'm not sure you won't have had one. Some day you'll peep in here languidly and find me in such an attitude of piety, presenting my bent back to you as I niggle over some interminable botch, that I shall give cruelly on your nerves, and you'll just draw away, closing the door softly. You'll be gentle and considerate about it, and spare me. You won't even make me look round. You'll steal off on tiptoe, never, never to return. Gabriel consented to sit. He professed he should enjoy it, and be glad to give up for it his immediate foreign commerce, so vague to Nick, so definite apparently to himself, and he came back 3 times for the purpose. Nick promised himself a deal of interest from this experiment, for with the first hour of it he began to feel that really as yet, given the conditions under which he now studied him, he had never at all thoroughly explored his friend. His impression had been that Nash had a head quite fine enough to be a challenge, and that as he sat there day by day all sorts of pleasant and paintable things would come out in his face. This impression was not gainsaid, but the whole tangle grew denser. It struck our young man that he had never seen his subject before, and yet somehow this revelation was not produced by the sense of actually seeing it. What was revealed was the difficulty. What he saw was not the measurable mask, but the ambiguous meaning. He had taken things for granted which literally were not there, and he found things there, except that he could catch them, which he had not hitherto counted in or presumed to handle. This baffling effect, eminently in the line of the mystifying so familiar to Nash, might have been the result of his whimsical volition, had it not appeared to our artist after a few hours of the job that his sitter was not the one who enjoyed it most. He was uncomfortable, at first vaguely, and then definitely so, silent, restless, gloomy, dim, as if on the test the homage of a director attention than he had ever had gave him less pleasure than he would have supposed. He had been willing to judge of this in good faith, but frankly he rather suffered. He wasn't cross, but was clearly unhappy, and Nick had never before felt him contract instead of expanding. It was all accordingly as if a trap had been laid for him, and our young man asked himself if it were really fair. At the same time, there was something richly rare in such a relation between the subject and the artist, and Nick was disposed to go on till he should have to stop for pity or for shame. He caught eventually a glimmer of the truth underlying the strangeness, guessed that what upset his friend was simply the reversal, in such a combination, of his usual terms of intercourse. He was so accustomed to living upon irony and the interpretation of things that it was new to him to be himself interpreted, and as a gentleman who sits for his portrait is always liable to be interpreted all ironically. From being outside of the universe he was suddenly brought into it, and from the position of a free commentator and critic, an easy amateurish editor of the whole affair, reduced to that of humble ingredient and contributor. It occurred afterwards to Nick that he had perhaps brought on a catastrophe by having happened to throw off as they gossiped or languished, and not alone without a cruel intention, but with an impulse of genuine solicitude. "But, my dear fellow, what will you do when you're old?" "Old? What do you call old?" Nash had replied bravely enough, but with another perceptible tinge of irritation. "Must I really remind you at this time of day that that term has no application to such a condition as mine? It only belongs to you wretched people who have the incurable superstition of doing. It's the ignoble collapse you prepare for yourselves when you cease to be able to do. For me there'll be no collapse, no transition, no clumsy readjustment of attitude, for I shall only be, more and more, with all the accumulations of experience, the longer I live." "Well, I'm not particular about the term," said Nick. "If you don't call it old, the ultimate state, call it weary, call it final. The accumulations of experience are practically accumulations of fatigue." "I don't know anything about weariness. I live freshly. It doesn't fatigue me." "Then you need never die," Nick declared. "Certainly, I dare say I'm indestructible, immortal." Nick laughed out at this. It would be such fine news to some people, but it was uttered with perfect gravity, and it might very well have been in the spirit of that gravity that Nash failed to observe his agreement to sit again the next day. The next, and the next, and the next passed, but he never came back. True enough, punctuality was not important for a man who felt that he had the command of all time. Nevertheless, his disappearance without a trace, that of a personage in a fairy tale or a melodrama, made a considerable impression on his friend as the months went on, so that though he had never before had the least difficulty about entering into the play of Gabriel's humor, Nick now recalled with a certain fanciful awe the special accent with which he had ranked himself among imperishable things. He wondered a little if he hadn't at last, balancing always on the stretched tightrope of his wit, fallen over on the wrong side. He had never before of a truth been so nearly witless, and would have to have gone mad, in short, to become so singularly simple. Perhaps indeed he was acting only more than usual in his customary spirit, thoughtfully contributing, for Nick's enlivenment, a purple rim of mystery to an horizon now so dreadfully let down. The mystery, at any rate, remained. Another shade of purple, in fact, was virtually added to it. Nick had the prospect for the future of waiting to see, all curiously, when Nash would turn up, if ever, and the further diversion, it almost consoled him for the annoyance of being left with a second unfinished thing on his hands, of imagining in the portrait he had begun an odd tendency to fade gradually from the canvas. He couldn't catch it in the act, but he could have ever a suspicion, on glancing at it, that the hand of time was rubbing it away, little by little, for all the world as in some delicate hawthorn tale, and making the surface indistinct and bare of all resemblance to the model. Of course, the moral of the Hawthorne tale would be that his personage would come back in quaint confidence on the day his last projected shadow should have vanished. End of chapter 49. Chapter 50 of the Tragic Muse. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Tragic Muse by Henry James, Chapter 50. One day toward the end of March of the following year, in other words, more than 6 months after Mr. Nash's disappearance, Bridget Dormer came into her brother's studio and greeted him with the effusion that accompanies a return from an absence. She had been staying at Broadwood. She had been staying at Harsh. She had various things to tell him about these episodes, about his mother, about Grace, about her small subterraneous self, and about Percy's having come just before over to Broadwood for 2 days, the longest visit with which, almost since they could remember, the head of the family had honored their common parent. Nick noted indeed that this demonstration had apparently been taken as a great favor, and Biddy loyally testified to the fact that her elder brother was awfully jolly, and that his presence had been a pretext for tremendous fun. Nick accordingly asked her what had passed about his marriage, what their mother had said to him. "Oh, nothing," she replied, and Percy had said nothing to Lady Agnes, and not a word to herself. This partly explained for his junior the consequent beatitude. None but cheerful topics had been produced, but he questioned the girl further, to a point which led her to say, "Oh, I dare say that before long she'll write to her." "Who'll write to whom?" "Mamma'll write to Percy's wife. I'm sure he'd like it. Of course we shall end by going to see her. He was awfully disappointed at what he found in Spain. He didn't find anything." Biddy spoke of his disappointment almost with commiseration, for she was evidently inclined this morning to a fresh and kindly view of things. Nick could share her feeling, but so far as was permitted by a recognition merely general of what his brother must have looked for. It might have been snipe, and it might have been bristling boars. Biddy was indeed brief at first about everything, in spite of all the weeks that had gone since their last meeting, for he quickly enough saw she had something behind, something that made her gay, and that she wanted to come to quickly. He was vaguely vexed at her being fresh from Broadwood so gay as that, for it was impossible to shut one's eyes to the fact, what had practically come to pass in regard to that rural retreat was exactly what he had desired to avert. All winter, while it had been taken for granted his mother and sisters were doing what he wished, they had been doing precisely what he hated. He held Biddy perhaps least responsible, and there was no one he could exclusively blame. He washed his hands of the matter and succeeded fairly well, for the most part, in forgetting he was not pleased. Julia herself, in truth, appeared to have been the most active member of the little group united to make light of his decencies. There had been a formal restitution of Broadwood, but the three ladies were there more than ever, with the slight difference that they were mainly there with its mistress. Mahomet had declined to go any more to the mountain, so the mountain had virtually come to Mahomet. After their long visit in the autumn, Lady Agnes and her girls had come back to town, but they had gone down again for Christmas, and Julia had taken this occasion to write to Nick that she hoped very much he wouldn't refuse them all his own company for just a little scrap of the supremely sociable time. Nick, after reflection, judged it best not to refuse, so that he passed in the event 4 days under his cousin's roof. The all proved a great many people, for she had taken care to fill the house. She took the largest view of hospitality, and Nick had never seen her so splendid, so free-handed, so gracefully active. She was a perfect mistress of the revels. She had arranged some ancient bravery for every day and for every night. The Dormers were so much in it, as the phrase was, that after all their discomfiture their fortune seemed in an hour to have come back. There had been a moment when, in extemporized charades, Lady Agnes, an elderly figure being required, appeared on the point of undertaking the part of the housekeeper at a castle, who, dropping her H's, showed sheep-like tourists about. But she waived the opportunity in favor of her daughter Grace. Even Grace had a great success. Grace dropped her H's, as with the crash of empires. Nick, of course, was in the charades and in everything, but Julia was not. She only invented, directed, led the applause. When nothing else was forward, Nick sketched the whole company. They followed him about, they waylaid him on staircases, clamoring to be allowed to sit. He obliged them so far as he could, all save Julia, who didn't clamor, and growing rather red, he thought of Gabriel Nash while he bent over the paper. Early in the new year he went abroad for 6 weeks, but only as far as Paris. It was a new Paris for him then, a Paris of the Rue Bonaparte, and 3 or 4 professional friends. He had more of these there than in London. A Paris of studios and studies and models, of researches and revelations, comparisons and contrasts, of strong impressions and long discussions and rather uncomfortable economies, small cafes, bad fires, and the general sense of being 20 again. While he was away, his mother and sisters, Lady Agnes now sometimes wrote to him, returned to London for a month, and before he was again established in Rosedale Road, they went back for a 3rd course of Broadwood. After they had been there 5 days, and this was the salt of the whole feast, Julia took herself off to Harsh, leaving them in undisturbed possession. They had remained so, they wouldn't come up to town till after Easter. The trick was played, and Biddy, as I have mentioned, was now very content. Her brother presently learned, however, that the reason of this was not wholly the success of the trick, unless indeed her further ground were only a continuation of it. She was not in London as a forerunner of her mother. She was not even as yet in Calcutta Gardens. She had come to spend a week with Florry Tressilian, who had lately taken the dearest little flat in a charming new place just put up on the other side of the park, with all kinds of lifts and tubes and electricities. Florry had been awfully nice to her, had been with them ever so long at Broadwood while the flat was being painted and prepared, and mamma had then let Biddy promise to come to her when everything was ready, so that they might have a happy old maids, for they were old maids now, housewarming together. If Florry could by this time do without a chaperone, she had 2 latchkeys and went alone on the top of omnibuses, and her name was in the Red Book, she was enough of a duenna for another girl. Biddy referred with sweet cynical eyes to the fine happy stride she had thus taken in the direction of an enlightened spinsterhood, and Nick hung his head, immensely abashed and humiliated, for, modern as he had fatuously supposed himself, there were evidently currents more modern yet. It so happened that on this particular morning he had drawn out of a corner his interrupted study of Gabriel Nash. On no further curiosity, he had only been looking round the room in a rummaging spirit than to see how much or how little of it remained. It had become to his view so dim an adumbration, he was sure of this, and it pressed some spring of melancholy mirth, that it didn't seem worth putting away, and he left it leaning against a table, as if it had been a blank canvas or a preparation to be painted over. In this posture it attracted Biddy's attention, for on a second glance it showed distinguishable features. She had not seen it before, and now asked whom it might represent, remarking also that she could almost guess, yet not quite. She had known the original, but couldn't name him. 6 months ago, for a few days, it represented Gabriel Nash, Nick replied, but it isn't anybody or anything now. 6 months ago? What's the matter with it, and why don't you go on? What's the matter with it is more than I can tell you, but I can't go on because I've lost my model. She had an almost hopeful stare. Is he beautifully dead? Her brother laughed out at the candid cheerfulness, hopefulness almost, with which this inquiry broke from her. He's only dead to me. He has gone away. Where has he gone? I haven't the least idea. Why, have you quarrelled? Biddy shone again. Quarrelled? For what do you take us? Does the nightingale quarrel with the moon? I needn't ask which of you is the moon, she said. Of course I'm the nightingale. But more literally, Nick continued, Nash has melted back into the elements. He's part of the great air of the world. And then, as even with this lucidity he saw the girl still mystified, I've a notion he has gone to India, and at the present moment is reclining on a bank of flowers in the Vale of Kashmir. Biddy had a pause, after which she dropped, Julia will be glad she dislikes him so. If she dislikes him, why should she be glad he's so enviably placed? I mean about his going away. She'll be glad of that. My poor incorrigible child, Nick cried, what has Julia to do with it? She has more to do with things than you think, Biddy returned with all her bravery. Yet she had no sooner uttered the words than she perceptibly blushed. Hereupon, to attenuate the foolishness of her blush, only it had the opposite effect, she added, she thinks he has been a bad element in your life. Nick emitted a long, strange sound. She thinks, perhaps, but she doesn't think enough. Otherwise she'd arrive at this better thought, that she knows nothing whatever about my life. Ah, brother, the girl pleaded with solemn eyes, you don't imagine what an interest she takes in it. She has told me many times, she has talked lots to me about it. Biddy paused and then went on, an anxious little smile shining through her gravity, as if from a cautious wonder as to how much he would take. She has a conviction it was Mr. Nash who made trouble between you. Best of little sisters, Nick pronounced. Those are thoroughly second-rate ideas, the result of a perfectly superficial view. Excuse my possibly priggish tone, but they really attribute to my dear detached friend a part he's quite incapable of playing. He can neither make trouble nor take trouble. No trouble could ever either have come out of him or have got into him. Moreover, our young man continued, if Julia has talked to you so much about the matter, there's no harm in my talking to you a little. When she threw me over in an hour, it was on a perfectly definite occasion. That occasion was the presence in my studio of a dishevelled and abandoned actress. Oh, Nick, she's not thrown you over, Biddy protested. She has not. I've proof. He felt at this direct denial a certain stir of indignation, and looked at the girl with momentary sternness. "Has she sent you here to tell me this? What do you mean by proof?" Biddy's eyes at these questions met her brother's with a strange expression, and for a few seconds, while she looked entreatingly into them, she wavered there with parted lips and vaguely stretched out her hands. The next minute she had burst into tears. She was sobbing on his breast. He said "Hallo!" and soothed her, but it was very quickly over. Then she told him what she meant by her proof and what she had had on her mind ever since her present arrival. It was a message from Julia, but not to say what he had questioned her about just before, though indeed more familiar now that he had his arm round her. She boldly expressed the hope it might in the end come to the same thing. Julia simply wanted to know, she had instructed her to sound him discreetly, if Nick would undertake her portrait. And she wound up this experiment in sounding by the statement that their beautiful kinswoman was dying to sit. "Dying to sit?" echoed Nick, whose turn it was this time to feel his colour rise. "At any moment you like, after Easter, when she comes up. She wants a full length, and your very best, your most splendid work." Nick stared, not caring that he had blushed. "Is she serious?" "Ah, Nick, serious," Biddy reasoned tenderly. She came nearer again, and he thought her again about to weep. He took her by the shoulders, looking into her eyes. "It's all right if she knows I am. But why doesn't she come like any one else? I don't refuse people." "Nick, dearest Nick," she went on, her eyes conscious and pleading. He looked into them intently. As well as she could he play at sounding, and for a moment between these young persons the air was lighted by the glimmer of mutual searchings and suppressed confessions. Nick read deep and then, suddenly releasing his sister, turned away. She didn't see his face in that movement, but an observer to whom it had been presented might have fancied it denoted a foreboding that was not exactly a dread, yet was not exclusively a joy. The first thing he made out in the room, when he could distinguish, was Gabriel Nash's portrait, which suddenly filled him with an unreasoning rancour. He seized it and turned it about, jammed it back into its corner with its face against the wall. This small diversion might have served to carry off the embarrassment with which he had finally averted himself from Biddy. The embarrassment, however, was all his own. None of it was reflected in the way she resumed after a silence in which she had followed his disposal of the picture. "If she's so eager to come here, for it's here she wants to sit, not in Great Stanhope Street, never, how can she prove better that she doesn't care a bit if she meets Miss Rooth?" "She won't meet Miss Rooth," Nick replied rather dryly. "Oh, I'm sorry," said Biddy. She was as frank as if she had achieved a virtual victory, and seemed to regret the loss of a chance for Julia to show an equal mildness. Her tone made her brother laugh, but she went on with confidence. "She thought it was Mr. Nash who made Miss Rooth come." "So he did, by the way," said Nick. "Well then, wasn't that making trouble? I thought you admitted there was no harm in her being here." "Yes, but he hoped there'd be." "Poor Nash's hopes!" Nick laughed. "My dear child, it would take a cleverer head than you or me or even Julia, who must have invented that wise theory, to say what they were. However, let us agree that even if they were perfectly fiendish, my good sense has been a match for them." "Oh Nick, that's delightful," chanted Biddy. Then she added, "Do you mean she doesn't come any more?" "The dishevelled actress? She hasn't been near me for months." "But she's in London. She's always acting." "I've been away so much I've scarcely observed," Biddy explained with a slight change of note. "The same silly part, poor creature, for nearly a year. It appears that that's success in her profession. I saw her in the character several times last summer, but haven't set foot in her theatre since." Biddy took this in, then she suggested, "Peter wouldn't have liked that." "Oh, Peter's likes!" Nick, at his easel, beginning to work conveniently, sighed. "I mean her acting the same part for a year. I'm sure I don't know. He has never written me a word. Nor me either, Biddy returned. There was another short silence, during which Nick brushed at a panel. It ended in his presently saying, "There's one thing certainly Peter would like. That is simply to be here to night. It's a great night, another great night, for the abandoned one. She's to act Juliet for the first time." "Ah, how I should like to see her!" the girl cried. Nick glanced at her as she sat watching him. "She has sent me a stall. I wish she had sent me two. I should have been delighted to take you. Don't you think you could get another?" Biddy quavered. "They must be in tremendous demand, but who knows, after all," Nick added, at the same moment looking round. "Here's a chance. Here's quite an extraordinary chance." His servant had opened the door and was ushering in a lady whose identity was indeed justly reflected in those words. "Miss Rooth," the man announced. But he was caught up by a gentleman who came next and who exclaimed, laughing and with a gesture gracefully corrected, "No, no, no longer Miss Rooth." Miriam entered the place with her charming, familiar grandeur, entered very much as she might have appeared, as she appeared every night, early in her first act at the back of the stage, by the immemorial middle door. She might exactly now have been presenting herself to the house, taking easy possession, repeating old movements, looking from one to the other of the actors before the footlights. The rich good morning she threw into the air, holding out her right hand to Biddy and then giving her left to Nick, as she might have given it to her own brother, had nothing to tell of intervals or alienations. She struck Biddy as still more terrible in her splendid practice than when she had seen her before. The practice and the splendor had now something almost royal. The girl had had occasion to make her curtsy to majesties and highnesses, but the flutter those effigies produced was nothing to the way in which at the approach of this young lady the agitated air seemed to recognize something supreme. So the deep mild eyes she bent on Biddy were not soothing, though for that matter evidently intended to soothe. Biddy wondered Nick could have got so used to her. He joked at her as she loomed, and later in the day, still under the great impression of this incident, she even wondered that Peter could have full an impunity. It was true that Peter apparently didn't quite feel one. "You never came, Miriam said to her kindly and sadly, and Biddy, recognizing the allusion, the invitation to visit the actress at home, had to explain how much she had been absent from London, and then even that her brother hadn't proposed to take her. "Very true, he hasn't come himself. What's he doing now?" asked Miss Rooth, standing near her young friend but looking at Nick, who had immediately engaged in conversation with his other visitor, a gentleman whose face came back to the girl. She had seen this gentleman on the stage with the great performer. That was it, the night Peter took her to the theatre with Florrie Tressilian. Oh, that Nick would only do something of that sort now! This desire, quickened by the presence of the strange, expressive woman, by the way she scattered sweet syllables as if she were touching the piano keys, combined with other things to make our young lady's head swim. Other things, too, mingled to name admiration and fear and dim divination and purposeless pride and curiosity and resistance, the impulse to go away and the determination to, as she would have liked finally to fancy it, hold her ground. The actress courted her with a wondrous voice. What was the matter with the actress and what did she want? And Biddy tried in return to give an idea of what Nick was doing. Not succeeding very well, she was about to appeal to her brother, but Miriam stopped her with the remark that it didn't signify. Besides, Dashwood was telling Nick something they wanted him to know. "We're in a great excitement. He has taken a theatre," Miriam added. "Taken a theatre?" Biddy was vague. "We're going to set up for ourselves. He's going to do for me altogether. It has all been arranged, only within a day or two. It remains to be seen how it will answer," Miriam smiled. Biddy murmured some friendly hope, and the shining presence went on. "Do you know why I've broken in here to day after a long absence, interrupting your poor brother so basely, taking up his precious time? It's because I'm so nervous." About your first night? Biddy risked. Do you know about that? Are you coming? Miriam had caught at it. No, I'm not coming. I haven't a place. Will you come if I send you one? Oh, but really it's too beautiful of you, breathed the girl. You shall have a box. Your brother shall bring you. They can't squeeze in a pin, I'm told, but I've kept a box. I'll manage it. Only if I do, you know, mind you positively come. She sounded it as the highest of favours, resting her hand on Biddy's. Don't be afraid. And may I bring a friend, the friend with whom I'm staying? Miriam now just gloomed. Do you mean Mrs. Dallow? No, no, Miss Tressilian. She puts me up. She has got a flat. Did you ever see a flat? Asked Biddy expansively. My cousin's not in London. Miriam replied that she might bring whom she liked, and Biddy broke out to her brother. Fancy what kindness, Nick. We're to have a box tonight, and you're to take me. Nick turned to her a face of levity which struck her even at the time as too cynically free, but which she understood when the finer sense of it subsequently recurred to her. Mr. Dashwood interposed with the remark that it was all very well to talk about boxes, but that he didn't see how at that time of day the miracle was to be worked. You haven't kept one as I told you? Miriam demanded. As you told me, my dear? Tell the lamb to keep its tenderest mutton from the wolves. You shall have one. We'll arrange it, Miriam went on to Biddy. Let me qualify that statement a little, Miss Dormer, said Basil Dashwood. We'll arrange it if it's humanly possible. We'll arrange it even if it's inhumanly impossible. That's just the point, Miriam declared to the girl. Don't talk about trouble. What's he meant for but to take it? Cela s'annonce bien, you see, she continued to Nick. Doesn't it look as if we should pull beautifully together? And as he answered that, he heartily congratulated her. He was immensely interested in what he had been told. She exclaimed, after resting her eyes on him a moment, What will you have? It seemed simpler. It was clear there had to be someone. She explained further to Nick what had led her to come in at that moment, while Dashwood approached Biddy with a civil assurance that they would see, they would leave no stone unturned, though he would not have taken upon himself to promise. Miriam reminded Nick of the blessing he had been to her nearly a year before, on her other first night when she was all impatient and on edge, how he had let her come and sit there for hours, helped her to possess her soul till the evening and to keep out of harm's way. The case was the same at present, with the aggravation indeed that he would understand. Dashwood's nerves as well as her own. Dashwood's were a great deal worse than hers. Everything was ready for Juliet. They had been rehearsing for 5 months. It had kept her from going mad from the treadmill of the other piece, and he, Nick, had occurred to her again in the last intolerable hours as the friend in need, the salutary stopgap, no matter how much she worried him. She shouldn't be turned out. Biddy broke away from Basil Dashwood. She must go. She must hurry off to Miss Tressilian with her news. Florrie might make some other stupid engagement for the evening. She must be warned in time. The girl took a flushed, excited leave after having received a renewal of Miriam's pledge, and even heard her say to Nick that he must now give back the seat already sent him. They should be sure to have another use for it. End of chapter 50. Chapter 51 of the Tragic Muse. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Tragic Muse by Henry James, Chapter 51. That night at the theatre and in the box, the miracle had been wrought, the treasure found. Nick Dormer pointed out to his 2 companions the stall he had relinquished, which was close in front, noting how oddly it remained during the whole of the first act vacant. The house was beyond everything, the actress beyond any one, though to describe again so famous an occasion, it has been described repeatedly by other reporters, is not in the compass of the closing words of a history already too sustained. It is enough to say that these great hours marked an era in contemporary art, and that for those who had a spectator share in them, the words revelation, incarnation, acclamation, demonstration, ovation, to name only a few, and all accompanied by the word extraordinary, acquired a new force. Miriam's Juliet was an exquisite image of young passion and young despair, expressed in the truest, divinest music that had ever poured from tragic lips. The great childish audience, gaping at her points, expanded there before her like a lap to catch flowers. During the first interval, our three friends in the box had plenty to talk about, and they were so occupied with it that for some time they failed to observe a gentleman who had at last come into the empty stall near the front. This discovery was presently formulated by Miss Tressilian in the cheerful exclamation, "Only fancy, there's Mr. Sherringham." This, of course, immediately became a high wonder, a wonder for Nick and Biddy, who had not heard of his return, and the prodigy was quickened by the fact that he gave no sign of looking for them or even at them. Having taken possession of his place, he sat very still in it, staring straight before him at the curtain. His abrupt reappearance held the seeds of anxiety both for Biddy and for Nick, so that it was mainly Miss Tressilian who had freedom of mind to throw off the theory that he had come back that very hour, had arrived from a long journey. Couldn't they see how strange he was, and how brown, how burnt, and how red, how tired, and how worn? They all inspected him, though Biddy declined Miss Tressilian's glass. But he was evidently indifferent to notice, and finally Biddy, leaning back in her chair, dropped the fantastic words, "He has come home to marry Juliet." Nick glanced at her and then replied, "What a disaster, to make such a journey as that and to be late for the fair." "Late for the fair?" "Why, she's married these 3 days. They did it very quietly. Miriam says because her mother hated it and hopes it won't be much known. All the same, she's Basil Dashwood's wedded wife. He has come in just in time to take the receipts for Juliet. It's a good thing, no doubt, for there are at least 2 fortunes to be made out of her, and he'll give up the stage." Nick explained to Miss Tressilian, who had inquired, that the gentleman in question was the actor who was playing Mercutio, and he asked Biddy if she hadn't known that this was what they were telling him in Rosedale Road that morning. She replied that she had understood nothing, but that she was to be where she was, and she sank considerably behind the drapery of the box. From this cover she was able to launch, creditably enough, the exclamation, "Poor, poor Peter!" Nick got up and stood looking at poor Peter. "He ought to come round and speak to us, but if he doesn't see us I suppose he doesn't." He quitted the box as to go to the restored exile, and I may add that as soon as he had done so Florence Tressilian bounded over to the desk in which Biddy had nestled. What passed immediately between these young ladies needn't concern us. It is sufficient to mention that 2 minutes later Miss Tressilian broke out, "Look at him, dearest, he's turning his head this way." "Thank you, I don't care to watch his turns," said Biddy, and she doubtless demeaned herself in the high spirit of these words. It nevertheless happened that directly afterwards she had certain knowledge of his having glanced at his watch, as if to judge how soon the curtain would rise again, as well as of his having then jumped up and passed quickly out of his place. The curtain had risen again without his reappearing and without Nick's returning. Indeed, by the time Nick slipped in a good deal of the third act was over, and even then, even when the curtain descended, Peter had not come back. Nick sat down in silence to watch the stage, to which the breathless attention of his companions seemed attached, though Biddy, after a moment, threw round at him a single quick look. At the end of the act they were all occupied with the recalls, the applause, and the responsive loveliness of Juliet as she was led out. Mercutio had to give her up to Romeo, and even for a few minutes after the deafening roar had subsided nothing was said among the 3. At last Nick began, "It's quite true he has just arrived. He's in Great Stanhope Street. They've given him several weeks to make up for the uncomfortable way they bundled him off, to get there in time for some special business that had suddenly to be gone into when he first went out. He tells me they even then promised that. He got into Southampton only a few hours ago, rushed up by the first train he could catch, and came off here without any dinner." "Fancy!" said Miss Tressilian, while Biddy more generally asked if Peter might be in good health, and appeared to have been happy. Nick replied that he described his post as beastly, but didn't seem to have suffered from it. He was to be in England probably a month. He was awfully brown. He sent his love to Biddy. Miss Tressilian looked at his empty stall and was of the opinion that it would be more to the point if he were to come in to see her. "Oh, he'll turn up. We had a goodish talk in the lobby where he met me. I think he went out somewhere." "How odd to come so many thousand miles for this and then not to stay," Biddy fluted. "Did he come on purpose for this?" Miss Tressilian asked. "Perhaps he's gone out to get his dinner," joked Biddy. Her friend suggested that he might be behind the scenes, but Nick cast doubts, whereupon Biddy asked if he himself were not going round. At this moment the curtain rose. Nick said he would go in the next interval. As soon as it came he quitted the box, remaining absent while it lasted. All this time, in the house, there was no sign of Peter. Nick reappeared only as the fourth act was beginning, and uttered no word to his companions till it was over. Then, after a further delay produced by renewed vociferous proofs of the personal victory won, he depicted his visit to the stage and the wonderful sight of Miriam on the field of battle. Miss Tressilian inquired if he had found Mr. Sherringham with her, to which he replied that, save across the footlights, she had not been in touch with him. At this a soft exclamation broke from Biddy. "Poor Peter! Where is he, then?" Nick seemed to falter. "He's walking the streets." "Walking the streets? I don't know. I give up," our young man replied, and his tone for some minutes reduced his companions to silence. But a little later Biddy said, "Was it for him this morning she wanted that place, when she asked you to give yours back?" "For him exactly. It's very odd she had just managed to keep it, for all the good use he makes of it. She told me just now that she heard from him at his post a short time ago, to the effect that he had seen in a newspaper a statement she was going to do Juliet, and that he firmly intended, though the ways and means were not clear to him, his leave of absence hadn't yet come out and he couldn't be sure when it would come, to be present on her first night. Whereby she must do him the service to provide him a place. She thought this a speech rather in the air, so that in the midst of all her cares she took no particular pains about the matter. She had an idea she had really done with him for a long time. But this afternoon what does he do but telegraph to her from Southampton that he keeps his appointment and counts on her for a stall. Unless she had got back mine she wouldn't have been able to help him. When she was in Rosedale Road this morning she hadn't received his telegram, but his promise, his threat, whatever it was, came back to her. She had a vague foreboding and thought that on the chance she had better hold something ready. When she got home she found his telegram, and she told me he was the first person she saw in the house, through her fright when she came on in the second act. It appears she was terrified this time, and it lasted half through the play." "She must be rather annoyed at his having gone away," Miss Tressilian observed. "Annoyed? I'm not so sure," laughed Nick. "Ah, here he comes back," cried Biddy behind her fan, while the absentee edged into his seat in time for the fifth act. He stood there a moment, first looking round the theatre, then he turned his eyes to the box occupied by his relatives, smiling and waving his hand. "After that he'll surely come and see you," said Miss Tressilian. "We shall see him as we go out," Biddy returned. "He must lose no more time." Nick looked at him with a glass, then exclaiming, "Well, I'm glad he has pulled himself together." "Why, what's the matter with him, if he wasn't disappointed of his seat?" Miss Tressilian demanded. "The matter with him is that a couple of hours ago he had a great shock." "A great shock?" "I may as well mention it at last," Nick went on. "I had to say something to him in the lobby there when we met, something I was pretty sure he couldn't like. I let him have it full in the face. It seemed to me better and wiser. I let him know that Juliet's married." "Didn't he know it?" asked Biddy, who, with her face raised, had listened in deep stillness to every word that fell from her brother. "How should he have known it? It has only just taken place, and they've been so clever for reasons of their own. Those people move among a lot of considerations that are absolutely foreign to us, about keeping it out of the papers. They put in a lot of lies, and they leave out the real things." "You don't mean to say Mr. Sherringham wanted to marry her?" Miss Tressilian gasped. "Don't ask me what he wanted. I dare say we shall never know. One thing's very certain, that he didn't like my news, dear old Peter, and that I shan't soon forget the look in his face as he turned away from me and slipped out into the street. He was too much upset. He couldn't trust himself to come back. He had to walk about. He tried to walk it off." "Let us hope, then, he has walked it off." "Ah, poor fellow, he couldn't hold out to the end. He has had to come back and look at her once more. He knows she'll be sublime in these last scenes." "Is he so much in love with her as that? What difference does it make for an actress if she is But in this rash inquiry Miss Tressilian suddenly checked herself. "We shall probably never know how much he has been in love with her, nor what difference it makes. We shall never know exactly what he came back for, nor why he couldn't stand it out there any longer without relief, nor why he scrambled down here all but straight from the station, nor why, after all, for the last 2 hours he has been roaming the streets. And it doesn't matter, for it's none of our business. But I'm sorry for him." "She is going to be sublime," Nick added. The curtain was rising on the tragic climax of the play. Miriam Rooth was sublime. Yet it may be confided to the reader that during these supreme scenes Bridget Dormer directed her eyes less to the inspired actress than to a figure in the stalls who sat with his own gaze fastened to the stage. It may further be intimated that Peter Sherringham, though he saw but a fragment of the performance, read clear at the last, in the intense light of genius with which this fragment was charged, that even so, after all, he had been rewarded for his formidable journey. The great trouble of his infatuation subsided, leaving behind it something appreciably deep and pure. This pacification was far from taking place at once, but it was helped on unexpectedly to him. It began to work, at least, the very next night he saw the play, through the whole of which he then sat. He felt somehow recalled to the real by the very felicity of this experience, the supreme exhibition itself. He began to come back as from a far-off province of his history where miserable madness had reigned. He had been baffled. He had got his answer. It must last him. That was plain. He didn't fully accept it the first week or the second, but he accepted it sooner than he could have supposed had he known what it was to be when he paced at night under the southern stars the deck of the ship bearing him to England. It had been, as we know, Miss Tressilian's view, and even Biddy's, that evening, that Peter Sherringham would join them as they left the theatre. This view, however, was not confirmed by the event, for our troubled gentleman vanished utterly. Disappointingly crude behaviour on the part of a young diplomatist who had distinguished himself before any one could put a hand on him. And he failed to make up for his crudity by coming to see any one the next day, or even the next. Indeed, many days elapsed, and very little would have been known about him had it not been that, in the country, Mrs. Dallow knew. What Mrs. Dallow knew was eventually known to Biddy Dormer, and in this way it could be established in his favour that he had remained some extraordinarily small number of days in London, had almost directly gone over to Paris to see his old chief. He came back from Paris. Biddy learnt this not from Julia, but in a much more immediate way. She knew it by his pressing the little electric button at the door of Florence Tressilian's flat one day when the good Florence was out, and she herself was at home. He made on this occasion a very long visit. The good Florence knew it not much later, you may be sure, and how he had got their address from Nick, and she took an extravagant pleasure in it. Mr. Sherringham had never been to see her, the like of her, in his life. Therefore it was clear what had made him begin. When he had once begun, he kept it up, and Miss Tressilian's pleasure grew. Good as she was, she could remember without the slightest relenting what Nick Dormer had repeated to them at the theatre about the dreary side of Peter's present post. However, she was not bound to make a stand at this if persons more nearly concerned, Lady Agnes and the girl herself, didn't mind it. How little they minded it, and Grace and Julia Dallow and even Nick, was proved in the course of a meeting that took place at Harsh during the Easter holidays. The mistress of that seat had a small and intimate party to celebrate her brother's betrothal. The two ladies came over from Broadwood. Even Nick, for 2 days, went back to his old hunting ground, and Miss Tressilian relinquished for as long a time the delights of her newly arranged flat. Peter Sherringham obtained an extension of leave so that he might go back to his legation with a wife. Fortunately, as it turned out, Biddy's ordeal in the more or less torrid zone was not cruelly prolonged, for the pair have already received a superior appointment. It is Lady Agnes's proud opinion that her daughter is even now shaping their destiny. I say even now, for these facts bring me very close to contemporary history. During those 2 days at Harsh, Nick arranged with the former mistress of his fate the conditions, as they might be called, under which she should sit to him, and every one will remember in how recent an exhibition general attention was attracted, as the newspapers said in describing the private view, to the noble portrait of a lady, which was the final outcome of that arrangement. Gabriel Nash had been at many a private view, but he was not at that one. These matters are highly recent, however, as I say, so that in glancing about the little circle of the interests I have tried to evoke, I am suddenly warned by a sharp sense of modernness. This renders it difficult to me, for instance, in taking leave of our wonderful Miriam, to do much more than allude to the general impression that her remarkable career is even yet only in its early prime. Basil Dashwood has got his theatre, and his wife, people know now she is his wife, has added 3 or 4 new parts to her repertory, but every one is agreed that both in public and in private she has a great deal more to show. This is equally true of Nick Dormer, in regard to whom I may finally say that his friend Nash's predictions about his reunion with Mrs. Dallow have not up to this time been justified. On the other hand, I must not omit to add, this lady has not, at the latest accounts, married Mr. Macgeorge. It is very true there has been a rumour that Mr. Macgeorge is worried about her, has even ceased at all fondly to believe in her. End of chapter 51. End of The Tragic Muse by Henry James.